come true. Gonna give you all my love, 'cause nobody in the whole world makes me feel the way you do. I love you so now, and I wanna keep your love. Won't let you go now. You mean the world to me, yeah. Trust in me, baby. I'll never let you down. I'll do my best for you, baby. You've got the love I need. Long as you say that you need me, my love is guaranteed. I'll do my best. I'll do my best for you, baby. Show you a love so true. Long as you say you'll never leave me, I'll do my best for you. Yes, I will. Boy, your love is such a treasure, and you really give me pleasure when you hold me tight. I pledge all my heart, love forever. You respect me as a lady, and you always treat me right. I'll never hurt you. I don't wanna lose your love. Never desert you. I'd be a fool to leave you. Trust in my love, I'll never ever let you down. I'll do my best. I'll do my best for you, baby. You got the love. You got the love I need. Long as you say that you need me, my love is guaranteed. I'll do my best. I'll do my best for you, baby. I'll show you love. Show you a love so true. Yeah, yeah. Long as you say you'll never leave me, I'll do my best. I'll do my best for you. You've got the love. I'll do my best for you, baby. Do my best for you, baby. You got the love I need. You got the love. You got the love. Long as you say that you need me. Say that you need me. My love is guaranteed. I love you so now, and I wanna keep your love. Won't let you go now. You mean the world to me, yeah. Trust in me, baby. I'll never let you down. Oh no, I'll do my best for you, baby. I'll do my best. You got the love I need. You got the love. Long as you say that you need me, say that you need me. My love is guaranteed. My love is guaranteed. I'll do my best for you, baby. I'll do my best. Show you a love so true. I'll show you love. Long as you say you'll never leave me, baby, keep on.
You are listening to WLPN LP Chicago 105.5 FM Lumpen Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM. This is Lumpen Radio. And we now interrupt our regularly scheduled programming to bring you the Lumpen Radio Election Special.
This is Election Night on Lumpen Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our coverage live from Lumpen's Studio B of the 2020 election. My name is Mr. Jamie Trecker. I am joined by Mr. Mario Smith. In a moment, we're going to get John Daley and Quinton Scott in. I want to say first 1 second, let's talk with Mario for a minute. This is perhaps the most consequential election of our lifetime, Mario. We have been lucky enough today to see a fairly friction-free voting experience here in Chicago. There are no reports of widespread problems, some reports of scattered problems in some places. But overall, we have now seen at least 107 million ballots cast before voting started.
Incredible.
And we expect to see 150 million in total tonight. Mario,
yes,
please talk us through a little bit about why this election is so important.
Well, first, good evening to everybody. Thank you for listening. And if you're watching on Twitch, thank you for watching. And thank you in advance to all our panelists and our wonderful help that we have behind the curtain tonight to make sure this goes. This is important. We're all countrymen, right? And I think we've gotten out of the habit of looking at ourselves in that respect, those of us who live here in America. And because we're countrymen, we all see it together. We know what it is. We can identify it. And it is a poorly ran government led by somebody that should not be running government. And the consensus is saying that people have had, they're full and they're tired. And I think this election was important. One, the turnout indicates how important it was. This is an amazing amount of early votes cast in any sense of the word. I've never, ever seen this much action prior to Election Day before. It's important also because the future is kind of on the line here. How this country in the next 4 years is ran is going to determine a lot. We could have a new Congress tonight.
Could have a new Senate, absolutely.
We could have a new Senate, rather. I think the down ballot stuff is really exciting.
Yep.
And I think that's where the bulk of the change is going to come. If Donald Trump wins this election and there's a different Senate, it won't matter that Donald Trump is the president. He'll do a lot of vetoing. He'll still be bombastic. He'll still be loud. But it's a Democratic Senate changes everything. And I think he knows that. And I think people should also be aware it's important because you don't try to destroy the United States Postal Service unless you think you might not win an election. And you don't go to the lengths that candidate Trump or President-elect President Trump has gone through to disavow or to put shade on what happens in Pennsylvania 5 weeks before the election, talking out of his prearranged notes that these ballots, if they're counted after midnight, it doesn't count. It should happen on Election Day. That's all fear, and he sees his way out. And I think we all see it too. So this is going to be an interesting night.
Right. We also have, of course, a number of other races. We want to point out that here in Illinois, Dick Durbin is up to retain his Senate seat. Maureen Newman is widely expected tonight to be elected to the House of Representatives. There is a major change to the Illinois Constitution, which will allow a graduated tax. It's unclear what the fate of that is, but we're going to find out obviously tonight. 75% of residents in Chicago have reported to have voted today.
That's awesome.
So that's a stunning number and a great thing. Before we get to our panel, and I do want to welcome in John and Quinton real quick. Quinton's going to talk a little bit about the paths to victory for the various candidates. But I do want to point out that tonight we are unlikely to know who has secured the Electoral College and who is the next president of the United States. We're not going to know that, and we're not going to know that for a couple of reasons, one of which is the fact that 107 million people voted early, and some states are not allowed to count those ballots early, and they're starting tonight when the polls close. Now, we will be getting poll numbers, and we're getting numbers all night long. We want to caution everybody that we're not going to call anything until the Associated Press verifies that. The Associated Press has been doing this for 86 years. We're not qualified to do that, so we're going to follow their lead. With that, I want to welcome in Quinton Scott and John Daley. Quinton, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, Jamie. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much. Quinton, we talked to you a couple of weeks ago, and of course, you're a numbers guy. Real quick, before I get to Mr. Daley, can you talk a little bit about what the paths for victory are that you see tonight for both candidates?
Yeah, first, you are absolutely right on we won't know exactly who's going to win tonight because over 100 million people have early voted, which is a historic number. 65 million absentee ballots have already been returned, but 28 million are still in the process of coming back in. And then today, 25 to 34-year-olds showed out in the election day voting. So that's a lot of great metrics for our democracy. In terms of path to victory, Biden has the most ways and opportunities to win tonight because his campaign did a great job of challenging Donald Trump on his home turf. There are 10 different states in which Donald Trump won in 2016 that right now Biden has a legitimate chance of winning. And at best, Trump can only hope to repeat what he did in 2016. So I'm confident that Joe Biden is able to win in places like Michigan and Wisconsin. So that gives Joe Biden the opportunity to only need to win one more state, which can come down to either Ohio, Pennsylvania, or Florida. And all three of those states are really looking good for him because he's been able to turn out more African-American and Latino voters, particularly African-American voters over the age of 65 have come out at a 4.5% more than they did in 2016. So Joe Biden is in a much stronger position than Hillary Clinton. And like I said, he has more opportunities to win this week or in the coming weeks than Donald Trump.
Quinton, it's Mario, man. Thank you for being on the show tonight. Let me ask you a question. We see the amount of early voters. Can you discern what group of those early voters the pollsters may have missed? Was it the over 65 African-American group? Is it the Latinos that they may have missed in terms of this turnout? You mentioned something about the 25 to 34-year-olds. Did they miss that chunk of voters?
The biggest chunk of voters that they missed were voters who did not vote in 2016, but are coming out to vote this time. 30%, or excuse me, 29% of all early voters were people who are voting in 2020 and did not vote in 2016. And I don't think anybody anticipated that number being that high.
Mm-hmm. And the path to victory, Trump has to win at least Florida, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. It doesn't look like he's going to get all three. What's more likely for him tonight to happen?
So he has to get Florida. There's no path to victory without, as you stated, North Carolina and Florida. The numbers aren't really looking good. I do think that he could probably pull out North Carolina. Traditionally, North Carolina goes to Republicans. He's a lot more shaky in Florida. And quite honestly, if he loses Texas, then mathematically, then there's no path to victory at all. And that is a legitimate scenario as well.
And real quick, my last question. Is it really going to take weeks for us to figure this out? Because if your numbers are right, it sounds like this is more like maybe days, and that will be just to make sure that the counts are correct. But that electoral vote, do you think we might have some insight tonight on that part of it?
Absolutely. I do think that we will have some insight tonight. And in the next few days, I think that you'll start seeing some states make some declarations. The reason why I said weeks is because we know that his lawyers have already been challenging the legitimacy of some of these mail-in ballots. And so we know his strategy. So the litigation process could drag out for weeks. Mm-hmm. And so we won't hear an official declaration. But, technically, I think we could say, the AP and some other news outlets will probably declare victory in Wednesday, Thursday.
We've got John Daley also joining us. And, of course, as I mentioned earlier, there are a number of down ballot votes, and we're going to be speaking with the current Senator, Dick Durbin, at the bottom of the hour. John, can you talk a little bit about the local races here? Because, I mean, the one that I think affects the most people, obviously, is the graduated income tax. But there's a very fierce fight right now between Kim Foxx and Pat O'Brien for Cook County State's Attorney, which is a major one that will affect a lot of people. Can you talk a little bit about what you've seen in these races so far at the local level?
So I think the big question, as you said, is the first thing that's on the ballot, which is the fair tax referendum, and I think that could actually be influential. One of the biggest questions is, what is the drop-off rate going to be that everyone's trying to figure out? You know, obviously you have tremendous interest and increased interest in the presidential election this year from even the last election 4 years ago, and so the question becomes, how do those three things correlate? And I think they will not have exactly similar results, but the first question being the tax referendum, which has been played up by traditional Republican groups, and then you obviously have the presidential next, and then you go on to Senator Durbin's race, which has a lot of names in it, hasn't been too controversial, but then you go down to the race that picked up in the last few weeks, and a lot of money was thrown at the end, as it simultaneously was thrown at the fair tax referendum, and so that will be the question on this State's Attorney Kim Foxx and O'Brien.
We will also be hearing from people from Fox's campaign. That'll be in the 8 o'clock hour. And as I mentioned, we'll talk to the senator at the bottom of the hour. Both of you, Quinton and John, I mean, this, to me, as we said at the top of the show, strikes me as, again, possibly the most consequential election of our lifetime. And I think all of us are cheered to see tremendous numbers of people coming out to vote. Could either of you comment a little bit on why there is so much enthusiasm? And is it enthusiasm just on one side, or is it the other? Because I've heard a lot of Trump partisans say that they don't see that enthusiasm on the Biden side. They see it at Trump's rallies, and so it all must be on the Republican side. Can you guys comment a little on that?
Yeah, so I would say there's enthusiasm on both sides for various different reasons. The enthusiasm on the left, I don't necessarily think is all generated from Joe Biden. It is generated mostly to stop Donald Trump. But there is, so to speak, a red wave. And a place that we might actually see that take hold is Arizona, to hold Arizona for Donald Trump. So we should be cognizant that there is a red wave and there is enthusiasm on the right. And it's not going to just be Democrats just blowing Republicans out of the water, and that's what makes these down ballot Senate races so interesting, because you can see a lot of split tickets down ballot to preserve a Senate majority for Mitch McConnell.
John, do you have a comment on that?
Well, I think that's the best question, and I was kind of alluding to is, where does that enthusiasm go to locally? That you saw a lot of action around commercials towards the end, and does that excite people who normally would probably stay home because they think their vote for the president doesn't really matter in a county that they know it's going to be Democratic? So it's going to be interesting to see who came out at the end, and I guess we'll ultimately see in a few races.
I think one of the things that, we don't have a lot of results yet. As Quinton alluded to, polls are now starting to come in. Kentucky, Florida, Indiana, and Vermont are all expected to be in within the next half hour. Some results are coming in from Florida. Right now, it is honestly too close to tell. It is fairly split, but just again, another comment on that. Florida had a massive wave of early voting. Those ballots will be counted by, again, around 7:30. And apparently most of the ballots from the rest of the evening should be counted fairly quickly after that. But to remind everybody, we're not going to call anything until the AP says it. Right now, the count is about 25% in from Florida, and it is basically a dead heat. John, again, to talk a little bit about the local stuff. I mean, Kim Foxx has been in a real tough race. She's had a lot of opposition from the Fraternal Order of Police. She got into a mess with the Jussie Smollett case. Are you thinking that she is a vulnerable candidate tonight? She's had a lot of support, of course, from Tony Preckwinkle and the Democratic machine in this county. Do you think she is at risk of losing to O'Brien?
I think the one surprise in the last few weeks has been that there has been a tremendous amount of you look at the money that's been put into that race, you look at the amount of action and what people kind of assumed was not really much of a race in the general. I think they thought that it was a fight in the primary, which it wound up not being. Everyone said that Smollett case was going to be one of the biggest liabilities. They knew that from the beginning. They tried to address it as much as they could. I don't think it's been a constant drumbeat that we've heard about that case. So I don't know that it's hurt her as much as people have suggested from the beginning. Ultimately, I do think that she has run a strong case that she should retain her seat, and I think that will happen ultimately. But I think it's much closer than anyone had predicted.
Quinton, what do the numbers say in that race with Kim Foxx?
Well, the Kim Foxx numbers are looking. Her team is confident. I'll say that, and she is polling ahead of O'Brien. I do know from some anecdotal things that there is, as John Daley said, the Jussie Smollett case isn't really dragging her down, but there is a lot of anti-Tony Preckwinkle sentiment that is sort of hurting her. I've seen a lot of text messages that are coming out from her campaign, and a lot of responses coming back that they're not supporting Kim Foxx, particularly in the county suburbs. But I do expect Kim Foxx to hold on, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than they anticipated a few months ago.
What does this mean for her in terms of the future of her and her future in Illinois politics? If this is close, is this her trying to run again in a few more years, or her just saying, I don't want to go through this again?
I think she's going to have to do some real soul searching because this could be something that sticks with her for a while, and it means that her, if she wins this time and she wants to seek a third term, she could be in another tough race, and I don't know if she wants to do that again or not. So it does make it a little bit more difficult for her to think about some other plans that she may have, but I don't want to speak on her behalf. I'm not sure what her future plans are.
I also don't want to expand this net too wide, but I believe we need to bring Mayor Lightfoot into this part of the conversation just for a moment, because these all have the rippling effect on everybody within the county and within the city in terms of what that means for them politically. Mayor Lightfoot didn't really have a dog in any of these fights, particularly in the Kim Foxx one. What does this say, though, for her? And we talked on the show on News from the Service Entrance a few weeks ago with you, Quinton, about Mayor Lightfoot's popularity being sky high, which I was surprised at. What happens after tonight if Kim Foxx doesn't have such a strong showing? Does that have any effect on Mayor Lightfoot at all?
I don't think it has any impact. I mean, her keeping her head down allows her to kind of wash her hands of whatever the results are, and she gets to maintain her popularity. And I don't think anyone's going to hold her accountable for not choosing a side. So I don't think it has any effect on her potential reelection. I think that the biggest thing that she should be concerned about is that the 25 to 34-year-olds being the largest voting bloc in Chicago this election might mean that she's losing her base that she relied on to become mayor just last year. Especially that demographic has not enjoyed her being mayor for the last year and a half. So I think she should really look close at those numbers and what that means in the future.
Gentlemen, isn't it amazing? It's only been a year and a half of the Lightfoot administration. It seems, 2020 seems like a decade already, but it's very telling. It's only been a year and a half for Mayor Lightfoot. At least it's telling to me, or interesting rather to me.
We also do want to announce the AP has called 2 states. One of them is not a surprise. That is the state of Kentucky. It is a reliably Republican state. It has been called for Trump. Vermont has been called for Biden. It is, of course, a reliably Democratic state. The interesting races, of course, in Kentucky are Amy McGrath versus Mitch McConnell right now. Results are still coming in there. Amy McGrath is not favored in that race. She was, I believe, 4 points down going into that race. Mitch McConnell, of course, has an enormous war chest. Democrats had tried to expand the map, and maybe, Quinton, you could talk a little bit about that, because they had targeted McConnell, which is something of a surprise, given that even their enmity toward him, trying to expand the map in Kentucky, in a state where they've had very little success. Why did they pour so much money into McGrath's race, Quinton?
I do think that there was a short time in which Mitch McConnell was looking vulnerable, and then Amy McGrath in the primary, it was a very energetic Democratic primary, and at the same time, Mitch McConnell appeared to be somewhat vulnerable because of some of the decisions around, stimulus package and this Supreme Court nomination. So I think that the Democrats, saw an opportunity and they tried to run through that hole. And unfortunately, I don't think that they're going to be successful with that.
In a couple of minutes, we're going to have Senator Dick Durbin join us, and we'll get to that in a second. We have also, by the way, more confirmation that we are heading to the highest turnout in a century. The estimates right now, again, are looking at 150 million, and we have had it confirmed that 107 million votes were cast before polls even opened today. And speaking of the polls, let's talk about that for a second. Polls were actually fairly crowded this morning here in Chicago, and I think it was neighborhood by neighborhood. We did not necessarily see the huge lines that we actually saw for early voting. We saw an enormous amount of enthusiasm for early voting, lines here in Bridgeport. I know lines in Hyde Park. Mm-hmm. John, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that, because it seems that despite a lot of worries about how the pandemic would affect these votes, and of course how it would affect voting on the day, it seems that the Chicago Board of Elections did a pretty good job here and got everybody in and out in a quality fashion.
I think if you look at the trend in both the state and locally with the board, you've seen a board that is moving towards more access, more early voting, trying to find as many ways as possible to allow people to drop off ballots, register all the way to the day of. All of these things have been initiatives and I think have been successful over a period of time. If you look at the numbers, early voting doesn't always translate to more votes ultimately. I mean, I think that if you look at just different forms, so the same amount of people, obviously Quinton will talk about the actual numbers that are coming in and what that means over time, and I'd be interested in his perspective. But what I've seen is, you give people a greater opportunity, and you're not forcing them to kind of build their day around election day. And so, in the early voting that we've seen locally, this has been a tremendous year, and people still got to the polls day of as well. So I hope there's a high turnout, and we'll actually see what it pans out to be.
Quinton, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I think John is absolutely right. And early voting is just creating more access. So in normal year elections, all it does is just take more votes away from election day and just shifts it over to early voting. The real dynamic changer here is vote by mail. This is the year that vote by mail is going to be bigger than ever before. In Cook County alone, there was 1.5 requested mail-in ballots, which is an unheard of number. So that is sort of this new addition to the voting pool, the voting access pool, that is allowing these numbers to be really high. And there's going to be the largest turnout since 1908. So yes, we're about to have a historic century election, and by total number, it'll be the largest election in American history, because there are more registered voters now than in 1908. So I look forward to us making some records here nationally.
This is WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM. You're listening to and watching on Twitch our election night coverage. I do need to ask though, with that many early voters, and I am not a numbers guy like Quinton. I am not a super political mind like John Daley. But I'm asking Quinton and John Daley, doesn't it kind of say to you, man, if this many people voted early, that sounds like a mandate against Donald Trump. Am I wrong in that?
I'll just say I think it could be a trap to assume that. You know, I mean, I don't think I understand what you're saying. Usually, if there's an increase from a previous election, that means that or it could indicate that there's a mandate against, or that there's enthusiasm to vote against. I think the trap there is simply that you could have that increased interest in the incumbent. And I'm not suggesting that either way, but I understand why you could think that.
Let me also...
it definitely can be a trap. And I think it really depends on, what county or what state you're in. In Illinois, I can see how the early vote numbers can convince you that this is a mandate to get rid of Donald Trump. But then if you look at the early vote numbers in Florida, between registered Democrats and registered Republicans, the early voting was neck and neck. There was I think it was a 200,000 vote difference. And then in North Carolina, it was only a 20,000 vote difference. So it just depends on what state you're in. That kind of influences the early vote numbers. You got to remember, Donald Trump also was really pushing his voters to not worry about the pandemic, and they can just vote on election day. So a lot of experts do expect Donald Trump to win the election day votes. So I think it was a massive messaging difference between the two parties. So the early vote numbers can be a little skewed, and it's not fair to assume that is a mandate of any kind.
Within those numbers of early votes, how many new voters can we estimate have joined the ranks now?
Yeah, so new voters make up who are either first-time voters because they were inspired in this election, or they're finally 18 versus 4 years ago. They make up about 9% of all the voters nationally.
We also want to note that one of the first victories in the Senate has been called Mark Warner, the Democrat of Virginia. What is notable about this is that he has won very early. When he was elected to the Senate in 2014, he won by just 18,000 votes, showing that Virginia has changed from a fairly reliable red state to, if not a blue state, then certainly a purple state. Also, some numbers that are coming through that are kind of interesting. You guys were asking about identification and stuff. According to some exit poll numbers we're just getting through, people in national polls identified themselves as Democrats, 38%, Republicans as 35%, and independent or something else as 28%. But demographically, the people who are voting has changed. In 2016, 73% of people who cast ballots were white. The preliminary estimate from this election shows that has gone down drastically. Only 65% of voters are white, according to exit polls right now. And Quinton, before we get Dick on the phone real quick, I just wanted to ask you, it does seem like there's a tremendous amount of enthusiasm in the black community and the Hispanic community. And as a result, and that would, I wondered if that is making a big difference for this voting turnout.
Absolutely. So some numbers I have here in front of me, Latinos nationally, and this is just, we have a lot of data that we're able to take from early voting. Latinos in 2016 made up 6.9% of early vote. Now they make up 8.7%. African-American voters are up by 1%. Asian American voters are up by another percent. And with all these new voters, young voters, Latino voters, African American, Asian Americans, they're actually shrinking the white college educated vote. And so we got, and especially the white non-college voters. In 2016, Trump used those voters to get 54% 54.1% of the vote, and that helped him become the president. And now they're represent about 45.6%. So to your point, Jamie, those new energetic voters are definitely shrinking the white vote in America and giving Joe Biden the opportunity to really swing this election, including the Senate.
With that, I want to point out that right now we do have Senator Durbin on the line. Senator, thank you so much for making time for us today. We really appreciate it.
Happy to be with you.
Senator, first thing, what is your feeling going into tonight's race? Are you feeling fairly confident?
Which race?
Your race, first of all, and then, of course, I think the race that all of us have been feeling anxious about for about 3.5 years.
Listen, of course, I feel good about it. I think we've run a good campaign, and as the old saying, never take anything for granted. But I really had a good response to our commercials. This is a different campaign than I've ever been in. I looked at a videotape of my campaign 6 years ago, and I thought, my God, nobody's wearing a mask. I'm shaking hands with strangers, things you just don't do these days. So, it is a different style campaign. It's been Zoom calls and telephone calls and digital ads and TV ads, and it just isn't the old style where, I'd be at the 11th Ward and there'd be a meeting and people cheering. Just totally different.
What is your feeling right now on the national picture right now as we go into this?
Well, I'm optimistic. I think there have been enough signals to warrant some optimism, but I was optimistic 4 years ago, and it's dose of reality. There are things going on in American politics today that are different than they were 8 years ago, 12 years ago, and we better open our eyes to it. There are people who are ready to buy into Donald Trump, and I look at him and think, my goodness, how could any respectable Republican publicly support this man? And they do in large numbers. So I see it in the Senate every day.
Senator Durbin, Mario Smith here. Thank you for being on the show tonight. One of my questions is, I think, a question that a lot of people who find themselves in the position that I'm in. I've just been furloughed from my day job, if you will, in the restaurant industry. And this is a really shaky time for a lot of people who were counting on Congress to come through with the stimulus package of some sort as we go into the winter months, along with the pandemic numbers, the COVID-19 numbers being sky high again. What information can you give our listeners and viewers tonight in terms of where we are with the stimulus package?
Well, the stimulus package died last week. Senator McConnell sent a message to the White House, we're not going to pass it. He spent 5 days on the Amy Coney Barrett Supreme Court nomination, and we left without a COVID-19 package. There was negotiation underway. Treasury Secretary Mnuchin, whom I hear is a good negotiator, I've not been in the room with it, and Nancy Pelosi, and they were moving toward a number that the president said he would support, but the Republican Senate was not ready to be part of that conversation. So let's assume for a minute that some people involved in this believe that today's election was the reason why you should not go forward with it. Well, tomorrow that argument's gone, whatever the argument was, if it were true or not. And I hope that when we return, and that'll be a week from yesterday, out to Washington, that we open this up again. We get the best we can get under this lame duck circumstance, whoever is going to be in charge of the Senate after January 4th, and whoever is going to be president. We get the best that we can, get it done, and send out some help. And the help that would include, of course, unemployment checks, would include help to small businesses, and certainly more money invested in screening people for the coronavirus, and a lot of other things, helping schools and the costs that they're incurring, for example. We want money coming back for state and local governments. We're not going to get all we want. It's already been cut in half. We should take what we can get at this point. I really believe that. Joe Biden can fill in the blanks if he happens to be the president. But we've got to move forward, and people like yourself are victims of the fact that somebody's making a political calculation. Now's not the time to do it.
Let me also ask, while I have you here, you've had to sit through 4 years of massive uncertainty but in this administration, nobody's listening, Senator. Candidly, just tell me, what has this experience been like for you?
Well, I don't know. I can be very blunt with you about this. I've never seen an elected official, let alone a president like this one. Never. And I can't imagine that I would even consider letting this man be a local mayor, or even consider for a moment going into business with him as a partner. You'd never do it. Just wouldn't do it. Not with his personality and not with his reputation. And yet there he was running the United States of America, the commander-in-chief. The lowest point above, I think of everything, the lowest point had to be a meeting I attended in the Oval Office with 12 people. I was the only Democrat in the room talking about immigration, and this president turned loose on S-hole countries. S-hole countries. And I thought to myself, that word coming out of the president's mouth in this Oval Office is like a sacrilege to think of it, desecrating this great office and what it means to the world. And that was the reality. That's the kind of person he is. And I still don't understand. I respect a lot of my Republican friends, but I can't see why they've looked the other way when this man has been so outrageous in his conduct. I just can't see it.
I'm also, before I turn this over to John Daley, because I know he has some things he wants to ask you. Let's assume tonight that the Senate is flipped and it becomes Democratic. What's your outlook for the next couple of years if we have an incumbent president, or if Joe Biden is president? If the Senate flips, what do you think? What path do you see the country taking should that happen?
We have work to do, lots of work to do. First, working with Biden to have an approach to this coronavirus. We can't talk about opening schools or the economy until we get this under control. And there are no easy answers left. The easy part of it was 9 months ago. Now we're in a much more complicated situation. Secondly, health care for people. You know, it's time for us to take the Affordable Care Act, which I was proud to vote for, and sit down and say there's some gaps in here and things need to be fixed. And that'll be a priority. Putting this economy back on its feet. We need an infrastructure bill. It's been 4 years. We've had nothing in Washington, after all the promises, nothing to create jobs and infrastructure for our economy. I mean, those are just the starting points there. There are a lot more. My bottom line is this. If we're lucky enough to have a Democratic Senate and a Democrat in the White House and a Democratic House of Representatives, we've got 2 years to produce products, legislative achievements, that the people across America will say, I get it. That's going to help my family. That's going to help my community. We've got to come up with things that really serve those purposes if we expect to do well in the off-year election.
Senator, it's John Daley. I just want to say thank you again for joining us on Lumpen Radio today, and congratulations running a very clean campaign and one that stayed on message and very positive. And again, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Senator Durbin, when we look at the overall picture of the massive amounts of people who voted early, the enthusiasm to actually get out and or to mail in a ballot or to go early and vote, what does that say to you?
Two things. First, we may break every record in America in terms of turnout for this vote today when it comes to President of the United States, and I sure hope we do. If you have a thriving democracy with a future, you need voter participation. When voters vote with their feet and say, why waste my time? I'm not going to waste my time and my vote on these people. I don't trust any of them. That is not a good commentary on who we are and where we're going. If the opposite is true today, and we reach record-breaking numbers, then that's an indication that folks have been following this very closely on both sides. We got to be careful to say that, on both sides. And secondly, of course, is this coronavirus. There are just an awful lot of people who said, why risk it? I'm going to get a paper ballot. They tell me in Illinois they're going to give me an opportunity to do that, vote that way. I'll do it that way. And more people did it that way. Now, the interesting thing in history is that once people start to vote a certain way, they don't change. We have a lot of African Americans, for example, who don't trust a paper ballot. They don't think it's ever going to be counted. They want to show up physically, personally at the polling place. So we always have to have those opportunities for them. Others, historically, when they switch to paper ballots and voting early, that's the way they do it forever. That becomes their style. 5 states in the union have all vote by mail. And you think, oh, Oregon, those liberals. Well, it's also Utah, and those are not those liberals. And Hawaii, I've forgotten all the others. But the notion is we're moving toward an easier way to vote, which goes to a larger issue. I don't want to take this any further than you'd like, but I look at the Republican Party and think to myself, it appears now that they've taken a hard look at the demographics of America and don't like what they see. The alternative to demographics is voter suppression. If you can figure out a way to reduce the voting population in groups that are going to vote against you, you've got a better chance. And a low turnout election, it can make all the difference in the world. But it's a heck of a thing to carry into the history of the United States, that for some period of time, you were trying to dream up ways of stopping people from voting. We have so little fraud in this country. You know, there's all this speculation. You look at the reality of it. How many cases of fraud are reported? It is minuscule. What we have with voter IDs and reducing early voting and the like is just making it tougher for people who are legally entitled to vote to actually vote. We ought to make it easier.
Senator, I'm glad you brought that up because I kind of wanted to bring it back also to obviously the pandemic and the world we're living in right now. We're struggling, obviously, here in Illinois. As you know, the upper Midwest has been hit very hard. Are you optimistic that regardless of who wins the White House tonight, that Congress can get together and get a bill through the Senate? Obviously, the House has passed a couple relief bills, and they've sat on a certain senator's desk. But, you know, when the election is over, you know, many people are still going to be out of work. Many people are still struggling with hospital bills. And the case numbers, obviously, are continuing to explode. Do you have any optimism that a deadlock can be broken there for the American people?
I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure. I'm hopeful that it will be. I've spoken to a number of my Democratic senatorial friends, even in the few days we've been back home, and they feel as I do. We've got to reach across the aisle. It's like I said, I believed in Nancy Pelosi's total package, $3 trillion package. We can't get that. The Republicans won't vote for that. But there may be enough of them to vote for $2.2 trillion, some of the categories I mentioned earlier. The question is whether the president, if he is not reelected, still has an appetite for doing it. He promised a big bill. Maybe he'll do it. Maybe he'll want to leave on a positive note in that regard. I don't know for sure. But I think we need to try. We desperately need to try. There's so many people and businesses hanging by a thread.
Yeah. And I just wanted to follow up again on something else you said. You know, the president has already said that he will go out and file suit at midnight tonight, you know, if he is not reelected. And, you know, the GOP, as you mentioned, has filed a number of lawsuits, you know, before the election even started to try to get the voter totals down in certain places, to get ballots thrown out in places as disparate as Houston. They actually just filed, I saw that they're trying to get the polls to stay open in Nevada for an hour longer. What does this say to you, unfortunately, about the other party on the other side of the aisle? Because I would have thought that seeing so many people come out to vote across the country, regardless who they were voting for, is a good thing for America, because it could maybe bring us a little closer together. If people feel they have a stake in the election and actually got out and participated, it's a lot harder to say that you didn't have a chance to get your voice heard, and it's a lot harder, I think, to you know, put down the other side.
Remember, this is the first president in the history of our country who would not state the obvious, and that is that he would accept the outcome of the election if he lost. No one's ever said that before, and no one's ever suggested all of the conspiracies this president suggested about what's actually happening with paper ballots when there was no proof of it. Think of all the times in the news media when they had to print a disclaimer after the president's statement saying, with no evidence, the president said there's much more fraudulence with paper ballots. Over and over again. He is clearly reaching a point where if he faces defeat, he wants to have a fight on his hands and an excuse if he loses. And it was stolen is going to be his excuse. And it makes no sense. I mean, look back to 2000. Here's Al Gore and George W. Bush. They go through hanging chads. They go through state Supreme Court cases. Mm-hmm. They go all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. And at one point, Al Gore says, it's over. I'm not going to prolong this with more litigation, more appeals. It's over. We accepted that George W. Bush is president. And many people said, why did he quit so soon? Why did he quit? Because he understood there was something more important than his name being on the door. What was important was to keep this country moving forward. I don't think this president gets that. I think if it isn't about him, it doesn't count. And I really believe what we may face if this is a close election in some respects is a lot of litigation, a lot of charges, and a lot of lawsuits. And God only knows what the conspiratorial theorists are going to come up with tomorrow as to what actually happened in America today.
Senator, before we go, I just wanted to ask, you've been campaigning and connecting to folks all over the state during this hard time. And what are the moments of hope that you've seen, and what are some of the things that you see kind of light at the end of the tunnel for this next year, however this long this goes?
John, it's a tough time. It's tough in so many circumstances. One of your hosts there tonight was talking about what he's faced personally. And I do run into people struggling. I mean, going to these food banks, a lot of these folks are looking at their shoes when they're walking through there because they're thinking, last year I was sending a check to this place. This year I'm taking groceries home from this place. And so a lot of people are down and dispirited to some extent through no fault of their own. They may have been laid off or lost a job. Businesses, I mean, I can't tell you, you could walk me through Bridgeport and tell me block by block of restaurants and businesses that families have had around for generations and are now worried about reopening the doors and worried even more about those poor people who used to work there, what's going to happen to them. So the reality of the situation is it's challenging as anything I've seen in my lifetime, that so many people would be affected by this, that so many folks would see their lives upended. For my wife and I, we finally engineered some testing so our two grandkids and their mom and dad could come out from Brooklyn, New York and spend 2 weeks with us in Springfield in August. We hadn't seen them for 6 or 8 months, and it hurt. And it still does. That was the last time we got to see them. So every family's going through some version of this, whether it's children, grandchildren, or just the family celebrations at, the corner restaurant. And it's all been troubling. But I will tell you that we're going to get through this. We are definitely going to get through this. I hope sooner rather than later. I hope by the middle of next year at the latest, we will have a vaccine being widely distributed and more people will have confidence that they can resume their normal lives. I want to say a word for Governor Pritzker, not the most popular guy in Illinois, either downstate or in Chicago. He has to give us the bad news every day if things are not going well and suggest how we address it. And a lot of people are pushing back. But he's got a hard job, and this, for a politician, the hardest of jobs, to try to keep people alive. And that's what this comes down to. I just tell you, John, I went to Midway Airport many times over the last several months heading out to Washington. And I look at that airport, and every person at the airport had a mask on, every single person. And I thought, these folks get it. They understand they've got to do their part. And that kind of thing gives you some hope.
Wonderful. Senator, we really want to thank you tonight. Can you leave us with any good news? Are you optimistic about the national picture? What's going to happen? Can you make any kind of prediction at all?
Well, ask me when the votes are in.
Okay, we can do that.
A lot smarter on that situation. But I'm looking at them now. 79% of the votes in, and Biden's got 50% in Florida, and Trump's got 49.1, and I'm thinking 79% of the vote. Oh, man, this is going to be a late night.
It's going to be a late night.
I hope we can turn the corner in this country and move forward. We're great people, and I want to spend some time, and I hope we do, binding the wounds of this country. We've got to reach out and talk to one another more, across the aisle, and show that we truly have our differences politically, but we're all Americans and in this together.
Senator Dick Durbin has joined us. Thank you so much for joining us on election night. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
Good luck tonight, and, of course, good luck going forward. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to be with you. Bye-bye.
Guys, we're going to rejoin our panel in a minute. We're going to play a tune real quick. Again, thanks so much for Senator Durbin. We're going to be right back. You are listening to WLP&LP Chicago 105.5 FM Lumpen Radio. The election special continues after this.
Sing it just like that with the gum in your mouth and all, bitch.
Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. now, baby. Get into my big black car. It's a rose, that's right. Hey now, baby. Get into my big black car. I wanted to show you what my politics are. I support the women, I like the girls, though I'm leaning to the right. Got to have a man. I support the women, though I'm leaning to the right. But I'm just not there when it comes to a fight. Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. Lemonade, honey. Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. I wanted to show you what my politics are. Okay, oh, come on back here. Back seat, that's right. Feels so. It's fine, that's the fine thing. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you just one more time. Oh, hey now, baby, get into my big black car. It's a do, yeah, that's right. Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. I wanted to show you what my politics are. Gonna tell you one more time. I'm a political girl, and I practice what I preach. That's right. I'm a political girl, and I practice what I preach. So don't deny me, baby, not while you're in my reach. That's right. Hey now, baby, get into my moonlight car. It's Ferrari. Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. That's right. I wanted to show you what my politics are. Get into my big black car. Hey now, baby, get into my big black car. I want to show you what my yours in my reach. I'm a
It's good enough. You can overdub that.
Overdub it. I've overdubbed it.
This is Election Night on Lumpen Radio. And now, your hosts, Mario Smith and Jamie Trecker, live from the Lumpen Newsroom.
This is WLP NLP Chicago, 105.5 FM. You're listening to Lumpen Radio. Hopefully you're watching us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Lumpen Radio. And wherever you may be, we really appreciate you being here tonight. 1,383 days ago, Donald John Trump was inaugurated. 1,383 days later, the United States has spoken or is speaking. And this is one of the, if not the most consequential election we have ever witnessed. I'm Mario Smith. Joining me in the studio is Jamie Trecker. Good evening, sir.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm optimistic.
Yes. Well, right now we're gonna throw it to our panel in a second. We've got a whole bunch of real rock stars joining us tonight, and we're going to get to them in a second. But vote totals will be coming in. I want to remind everybody that we said at the start of the hour we are not going to call things until AP officially calls them. And I want to remind everybody also that it is unlikely that we are going to know the results of at least the presidential election tonight due to some late totals that we expect to be coming in from states that are frankly critical for either candidate to win, such as North Carolina. Polls have closed in certain states. Quinton Scott is going to run down for us the numbers along with Mitchell Szczepanczyk. We've also got Alan Linton joining us. Michilla Blaise is joining us. John Daley is here. And of course, later on in the broadcast, we're going to be speaking with a number of people, including what we presume to be our new representative in the House, Marie Newman. We're going to be speaking with some Get Out the Vote people in Wisconsin and Milwaukee about what they saw on the ground today. And we're going to be speaking with some people from Kim Foxx's campaign as well. So all kinds of good stuff coming up in the next 3 hours.
I do also want to just point out that if you're map watching, kind of like scoreboard watching if you're in the playoffs or in the pennant chase, if you're map watching, the map for Florida is going up and down in a way that I've never seen anything like this before. These numbers are tight in Florida, man. Biden is up by 1 second, and then Trump's up in another second. So I would suggest to people tonight, take it easy. Don't get too excited, because this is going to be a long night in the presidential race. And I'm looking at our distinguished panel. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We really appreciate you all. Before I turn this over to my former longtime host of November Decision, Mr. Mitchell Szczepanczyk, I want to ask Quinton really quick, what are you seeing trend-wise that we should be paying attention to, and what is your take on what we've seen already?
I think that so far it's business as usual. We see Kentucky already declared typical Republican state, West Virginia, also for Donald Trump, and South Carolina just got declared as well. But we have Vermont and Virginia for Joe Biden. So things are kind of holding exactly how most people will predict. And as you said, Florida is going back and forth. So we're it's going to be a long night. A good thing I do see is Ohio's close, closer than it was in 2016. So right now Biden's up, so that's a good sign for Ohio. So that's a good trend for the Rust Belt for Joe Biden, holding that blue line.
Guys, I want to ask both you and Mitchell, Quinton. We've seen reports that the Democrats are downgrading their expectations now in Wisconsin. Apparently, turnout in both Madison and Milwaukee was not as strong as they thought it was. We're seeing some reports on that. Can you talk a little bit, because, I mean, going into this, Wisconsin obviously was a major win for Trump and the key to his 2016 election. Mitchell, I don't know if you want to field this one, but Wisconsin seems to be a state that I think Democrats were fairly confident about and thought they had in the bag tonight. What happens if the voter turnout is not what they expected?
I don't think can you hear me, by the way?
Absolutely, Mitchell.
Excellent.
Thanks for being with us.
I don't think that's going to matter all that much. A couple of reasons why. One was that turnout on behalf of the Democrats early in the primaries was quite strong. Polling was quite strong. Unless the numbers are significantly dipped, I don't expect this to change anything regarding the trajectory in Wisconsin. The projections for polling were projecting probably in the high single digits for at least on the presidential level. For Wisconsin. It might narrow the margin some. I don't expect it to change, but we'll see.
Yeah, I agree with Mitchell. Biden was up, at some point during the summer, up by 10 points. The last poll I saw had him up by 8 points. So I don't see, the turnout being lower is disappointing for Democrats, I'm sure, but I think it'll still hold, and Biden should be able to hold Wisconsin.
Yeah. I was going over the numbers regarding Florida over the last half hour. It is a gripping seesaw. It has been changing. The numbers are, since Florida counts its results early, they've been releasing them at a rapid clip for the last half hour, and it is very close. I have not seen a number. I've been going through the numbers practically on a minute-by-minute basis, and there's not been more than like 1.5%, maybe now upwards of nearly 9 million votes already being tabulated, an estimated 82% of those coming in, a current difference of about 10,000 votes, but it's been floating between as few as 6,000, as many as 200,000. It's extremely close. At the moment, Biden has the lead, and he's held a very slight lead at the moment, but this is a seesaw that we're going to have to watch with great interest in the coming hours.
Alan Linton is on our panel tonight. Good evening, sir.
Good to be here with everyone.
It's good to see your face. It's good to hear your voice. Have we overplayed our hand on polls and watching polls and what's real and what isn't real? Have we taken a lot of the to use a sports radio term? Has our thunder been stolen when we look so closely at these polls instead of what the human reaction might be to what they've witnessed the last 4 years?
I don't think so. I think that there's an instinct to have more information and the best information possible. I think what we have to keep in mind is, at least for this election, you have several bits of information that are coming in that can change the tenor of the race. You had an early voting stage that was pretty robust in terms of the number of people voting. About 67% of ballots cast in 2016 were cast before Election Day. You then had day of. You have states with different types of systems. So I don't think that we're taking too much of the polling. I do think we need to be attentive of where are the different pockets and not making too wide of a judgment on what's going on. You take a look at what's going on in Florida, for instance. It looks like the Biden campaign may be underperforming in Miami-Dade County. A huge area of votes, I think 13% or so of the population in Florida is in Miami-Dade, but is overperforming in Hillsborough County, Pinellas, Duval. And so I think that there's going to be an instinct to go and try to take the results here and apply them to other states with particularly large Latinx populations, like a Texas, like in Arizona, and there may not be the same overlap. And so I think the more polling out there, the better. It's a good sense to get people to have a sense of what we're doing. But I think that the extrapolation from that, we have to be really careful about, certainly as Mitchell and Quinton have referenced, the way the counts are coming in and the ballots that are being processed are not happening consistently versus in-person numbers versus early voting.
Let me also take this opportunity to introduce my afternoon consciousness who's made my show a million times better. Michilla Blaise is with us tonight as well. Hey, Michilla, how are you?
Hey, Sunshine. I'm doing well. I'm super excited. It's been a long few months and a long day. And unlike most people on the panel, I have started drinking.
Oh, Lord.
So the polls have closed. It is time that my friend Jack Daniels stop by.
Yeah,
And
look at you.
So I think it's 7 o'clock now. This is my first one, and my hubby's making them in pint glasses.
Oh, he is
let's
the
see how
strength.
this goes.
He is the strength of this conversation tonight. Let me ask you some local information. We were talking in the first hour of the program during the pregame show about Kim Foxx. What's your take on her campaign and how it's run? And also, if you could speak a little bit to what her future looks like should she win tonight. I don't think she's going to lose, but should she win? What is the future of Kim Foxx in Illinois politics?
I think, Kim Foxx's position as state's attorney represents so much to so many people here. It really is a turn it is it's a referendum on criminal justice reform is really what it represents in so many ways. For some reason, we continue to have to talk about Juicy Smollett, which is literally irrelevant in terms of how we look at what her role is in the criminal justice system and in the criminal justice reform that we're trying to experience in Cook County. So I think this, depending on how her numbers come in is just something that we need to know about how the criminal justice reform movement is positioned in our county. And it will also speak to what hurdles we have to overcome and what information that we need to share to strengthen the movement as a whole moving forward. So I think she's so much more symbolic than some people understand. And I think the people that want to continually talk about that one episode instead of all the other things that she's done to change the game in terms of not prosecuting cases that were poorly executed by the police, not always assuming the police are telling the truth at every turn, making sure that there's good quality cases that are brought before her. All the basics that we think that we know equate to justice is happening in her regime. And so we want to, I think, I am a Kim Foxx fan, as you can see. I think her position there just really, really underscores what the criminal justice reform movement is doing in general. So I think if she'll put up with it, I mean, she's got lots of other opportunities, right. But if she'll put up with it, I think we're lucky to have her, quite frankly.
Just, Michilla, before we go on to John Daley, real quick, I'm curious what your feeling is on some of the suburban races, such as Underwood versus Oberweis. And, there's been a lot of talk about how black women and black voter turnout specifically is propelling some of these candidates in our state. Have you seen that in your political work?
I have. I think the black vote at all times can't be understated. I think we have to be real conscious of it. And I think that's going to be the deep dive even on the Biden results, no matter how it falls, is there's been a real narrative in the black community about us always rolling with the Democratic Party. And where has it gotten us? And that narrative has really started to infiltrate into a variety of spaces and conversations. Even the nomination of Joe Biden himself, not to go back to the federal level, but even the nomination of Joe Biden himself with some of the stuff that he had in his past is problematic for a number of black people. And so I think overall that people of color, particularly black people and black women who have been so typically prone to vote, I mean, in the vast percentages for Democratic candidates, they're starting to reconsider. Particularly, I saw some numbers recently about how black men were feeling about the Democratic Party, and they're already swinging away. The Democratic Party better start listening to black women real soon, or that in the pocket, we got you group is not going to stay there. A few of the women's chat groups that I'm on are still vast majority Democrat, but there are the other voices are starting to come in even into those spaces. So I think it's in the Democratic Party's best interest to really start listening and really start speaking to black women sooner rather than later.
We want to get back to John Daley, too. John, of course, you probably know that Senator Durbin has been declared the winner of his Senate race. He has been reelected here in Illinois. The state also, of course, has been declared for Joe Biden. Can we talk a little bit about some of these suburban races, though? Because the idea that Illinois is kind of a monolithic Democratic state doesn't seem to actually bear up anymore. There are pockets with strong support for the Republican Party and strong support for Donald Trump. Can you talk a little bit about this? Because, Illinois for so long has been thought of as a true blue state, and I wonder if this is an indication if things are changing at all.
Well, I think, you look at traditional assumptions like, and obviously Quinton can tell us that they're always usually based in data, but, Texas not being Democratic since 1976 is something that has been pretty reliable. Whether that would change tonight, I think, is something people are looking at, but not really too hopeful of. But, the assumption that Cook County will vote the way it does and the rest of the state will kind of fall on more conservative terms, I think, is an assumption that is also moving forward, to look directly at the conversation that we just had. I think the assumption that was even made during this election, we could see changes in data that tell us that, the conversation that candidate Biden had with Charlemagne earlier in the summer, I wonder how much people are thinking about that today. And whether or not that is something that is in people's mind, and if they're going to vote on that and buck that trend. I think that is certainly possible. And that's kind of what I was getting at with the, when you were looking at the increased enthusiasm, assuming that it's going one way or another, I think is something that we'll be looking at all night. But, with the fair tax being the big kind of money issue this cycle, it seems that one direct beneficiary could be the Speaker of the House in pickups in potential areas that were kind of assumptions that they were red districts, Jamie.
And, we should bring back probably Quinton and Michilla in here because obviously Florida is a key state, and it's looking like Trump has done extremely well in Miami and Dade County. Much better than he did in 2016. And that is appearing to swing that state toward him, though, of course, it is too early to tell. Can you guys talk about why that area has shifted to Donald Trump? Because it was, at one time, a very reliable Democratic stronghold.
Yeah, I'll jump in. So one of the things that I've been paying attention to over the last few weeks is that the Cuban vote in the Miami area has been shifting closer to the Republican Party and Donald Trump. That is one of his, as far as the Latino community, that's where he's gained some of the most in the Latino community, particularly in that Miami-Dade County area. And to Alan's point earlier, you can't necessarily see how he's performing in Miami and then translate that to Texas or Arizona because there's a smaller Cuban community in those places, and his overperformance in Miami is largely because of the Cuban community and largely because they're reacting to some of the protesting that's been taking place throughout the summer.
Yeah, the narrative is the similar protests that are happening here in the United States are just like those socialists who stormed the palace and kicked you out of Cuba. So it's a fear-mongering campaign, but it's been very effective.
I do want to mention that even though these are very, very early numbers in Texas, Joe Biden is putting it on him. 26% of the votes, of course, not enough to make a declaration or anything like that. But just an observation. It could be a long night in some respects, but maybe not as long as we think.
Texas, of course, remember, does have an extra day for processing.
You are with regards to Ohio. We're seeing a fairly substantial lead, and with about an estimated 40% of votes reported for Ohio. Biden is leading by, as I do a quick tally here,
it looks like around 400,000 votes, right?
Yeah, 350,000 votes.
Yeah.
It seems to me, again, I am not trying to, stir the pot, but it seems to me that if we start really taking the key states that he needs to win, first of all, getting 20 electoral votes out of Illinois is a big deal, and the electoral vote tally does have Biden up by at least 30 in that respect. And also, if I may mention, looking at the Senate race, those seats, 42 seats, are being predicted at the moment for the Democrats in the Senate. That's a big deal.
There haven't been any upsets yet tonight, though. I mean, of course, some of the close races are in South Carolina, and I don't know if anybody on the panel wants to speak to the wisdom of putting $100 million into defeating Mitch McConnell. That was one of the quickest called races of the night. And that's a lot of money that was burned on that. And again, I think we spoke about this earlier when we were speaking with Senator Durbin. I understand the gut reaction, but I don't know if anybody on the panel wants to, maybe Alan or John wants to speak about, some of the moves the Democrats have made. And, I'm obviously, I think it's very obvious, I do not support Mr. Trump, but some of the places that the resources were put in seemed to make people feel good, but didn't actually necessarily move the needle.
I'll jump in on this. Let me comment. To be fair, there's been a lot of money to throw around. And you're right, there's something to be said regarding sensible spending of that money for a race that even at its peak was maybe like high single digits favor of my namesake, Mitch McConnell, in Kentucky. He was regarded as, even at his most vulnerable point, polling showed him at maybe 6 percentage points away, was not really considered a risk to lose his Senate seat. But nonetheless, especially after the passing of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, there was a lot of money that was being raised and thrown around on behalf of the Democratic Party. So there was money to use. We'll probably see that to make to some effect, certainly with the Jamie Harrison for Senate campaign in South Carolina. Results for that are still very early. He actually has a very slight lead at the moment. We'll see if that holds up. But the fact that there was money around, you might just want to say, we'll just throw it away or just put it into this and we'll see if it bears fruit. But at the same time, you could be smarter about it. Just because you have the money there doesn't mean that you should be dumb about it.
If for Quinton, we're talking about Texas. If Texas does go to Biden, what does his path look like tonight?
There's zero chance at that point. He would need to then figure out how to win like 2 to 3 blue states just to make up for the loss of Texas. Mm-hmm. And it's just not any blue states on the map that he could make that up. I mean, we've already got all the East Coast blue states are, already almost declared. So that means he would have to pick up something on the West Coast. And I don't see Washington, Oregon, or California helping him out. So it's just no path anymore.
Because you're seeing you're seeing the same thing that I'm seeing. And I know again, I think we've been looking at Florida to be the thing. I know you mentioned Iowa a few weeks ago. I'm looking at Texas, man. And if these numbers keep going up, I don't see how Donald Trump can walk away with a win.
I mean, it's still close. And we don't know. Texas has not put out how many mail-in ballots are still outstanding. So we don't know exactly if, mail-in ballots would flip that to, right now. So I would be cautious to declare Texas, especially since it would be the crown jewel of the 2020 cycle if Democrats flipped it. So let's be patient with that one.
And also they have until 5 p.m. tomorrow Eastern time to arrive mail-in ballots. So that if it's a substantial number, Texas would be one of those states that we would be waiting probably Thursday, Friday next week for.
I think one of the pieces, just to go back to the money question, certainly was a big criticism in 2016 where the Democrats people said they didn't campaign enough. They didn't engage their bases in different areas enough relative to, say, 2008 and 2012. And to Mitchell's point, there was a huge money advantage. And I think some of what you're seeing potentially in Arizona, in a Texas, a Georgia, putting that state in play for the first time in a very long time, was the campaign generally, and the Democrats trying to engage these pockets in particular where they thought that they could see the type of voter turnout, the registration that frankly is required to engage these spaces, particularly among the black-brown coalition in these areas. You saw suburban numbers and suburban voters being put in play. So it's not just the city itself, but the metropolis area around there, that they felt like they could convert some of the 2016 Trump voters to Biden supporters in the same way that you had the Obama Trump voter. They thought they can have that flip back. And so I do think there is a strategy question around, do you play it safe? Do you map out where are the 270 plus one? Or do you start to look at it and say, we know the country's demographics are changing. We don't want to take advantage, just take that for granted. And where can we start to engage the ground operation a little bit more to combat what has been a more conservative effort over roughly the past 20 years on how to find your way around and so you can open places up. And I think Texas and what you're seeing around Ohio tonight, I know there may be some disappointment in Florida for some people. That wasn't necessary. But if Ohio's in play, if Texas is in play, that may speak to the advantages of that effort.
That's a really good point. I want to just say, and real quick, and throw it out to the panel, you know, there was a lot of criticism of Biden for not getting out and engaging as much, with, of course, the caveat that we are in a major pandemic. You know what I mean? And there was a lot of criticism of Donald Trump for going out and holding massive rallies during a pandemic. I wonder if anybody would like to comment on how much this election may have changed how we look at the traditional ground game. Because I think in this state, we talk a lot about the kind of retail level of politics, getting out, meeting the voters, knocking on doors, putting a name to a face. And of course, you know, at a local level, you know, for example, here in Bridgeport or in Hyde Park or wherever, you know, that's really important for an alderman. What is there that same kind of effect in a presidential election? And have we learned anything different about this based on the numbers that we're seeing right now? Who wants it, guys?
You get dinner for four at the Sizzler, Jamie.
If I were just to say something about it, so the political science, which is oftentimes pretty solid, but sometimes divorced from reality, says the effects of these kind of big rallies are not as great as we may think. But with respect to the ground game, I do think there is a sense of that type of motivation and that engagement. And we know that one of the biggest factors that get people to vote for you is direct engagement, right? You need to mobilize a population. And so in some sense, it could be different from, okay, let's have a whole bunch of rallies where, again, those are limited spaces, limited capacities for people, and actually campaign commercials and how to make voting easier, getting people to get registered. Those types of things, I think, may speak to what we may transition to, which is more of a partisan turnout game versus a strictly we need to convince people, given that partisanship has been hardened over time.
I would say, in addition, the ground game, you know, as Ellen said, the science behind it is worth in a tight race about 3 to 4% in an election. So it's something that's very important, and especially when you have sort of technology gaps in some of these, marginalized communities where they don't have, maybe email or cell phones or things like that. I just ran a campaign over this last summer engaging residents over the census. And it was one thing that we noticed is that there's a huge technology gap with people trying to do the census online. You really weren't able to reach people in the communities like Inglewood and Austin and North Lawndale. So the only way you can still engage these voters to go take an action to vote is to come to their home and activate them. So it's something that's still going to be very important. The Biden campaign did not value that throughout the summer, but they did realize that late. And so over the last 3 to 4 weeks, the Biden campaign had been knocking doors in Philadelphia and in Cleveland and some of these battleground states. They put together a field program, with some tape, but they realized that they needed to do it because Trump was knocking those doors. And I'm sure their internal polls made them realize they didn't want to concede that space. And so they got out on those doors. And I think you're starting to see the results of that engagement because it is something necessary, especially with these hard to reach communities.
This is WLPNLP
can't
Chicago 105.5 FM Lumpen Radio. Go ahead, Michilla.
Sorry, I think it can't be understated how important it is for someone to show up in your neighborhood. There's only so many commercials, there's only so many ads, there's only so many co-signers that you can have until somebody, but if you don't know anybody who got invited to an event, or if that person hasn't been in your town, it matters tremendously. There's a number of musicians and artists who make their entire career because they were able to touch that one person one time, and from then on, that person has gone to every single show they've ever had. You know, that personal touch, that you cared enough to come to my neighborhood, even if they had to travel some miles to get you. I mean, even if it's 1 or 2 stops in a state. But particularly when we look at the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2016, there were 2 states that she did not go to at all. And she lost them crushingly and tragically, and quite frankly, helped us get into the position that we're in right now. I believe it was Ohio and Wisconsin, right? She didn't stop at all, Quinton?
It was Michigan and Wisconsin.
Michigan and Wisconsin. And if you, just the idea that you didn't have the time to stop here is insulting enough. And this happens on the hyper local level, and absolutely it's going to make a difference on the national level. Commercials and all of that are one thing, surrogates are another thing, all of that. But if you haven't had any time to stop anywhere in my entire state, that has an impact on voters. And I can't stress that enough. And I'm glad that the Biden campaign, I know they were being extra safe. I know that they were being conscientious, and they didn't want the optics around a giant event during a pandemic, but they needed to have these smaller stops. They needed to at least show up. People want to see you putting in the work.
I'm glad you brought up Wisconsin, Michilla, because in 2016, the Hillary campaign thought they had a significant enough lead in Wisconsin, and they end up pulling out organizers, organized volunteers to knock doors. They pulled them out to go to Ohio and North Carolina because they thought Wisconsin was safe and that they could save Ohio and North Carolina. And they cut their Wisconsin staff in half. And so the final closing weeks of Wisconsin, you had a smaller field operation than that had been there throughout the summer. And we saw she lost Wisconsin by what? It was like 18,000 votes. And that could easily be because they didn't knock enough doors in Madison and Milwaukee. And that's the election. So I think a ground game is something that, even though it feels like old technology, but it's a necessary one because we're engaging people.
Well, and since we're on the Hillary campaign, and I'll get off it in just a minute, Jamie, but wasn't she working with some algorithm that told her where to go? And this algorithm literally said, you're good, you don't have to go to 2 states. It's preposterous. That's what happens when the robots take over.
Oh, here we go with the
especially
robots.
when you combine that to when you look at the vote turnout in those 2 states and you see a margin of less than 1%. I mean, it's clear that no one can afford in the elections that are run today that people are highly informed and they know who they want to vote for very early, and there's the opportunity for early voting. Quinton talks about that 3 to 4%. Nobody can afford to not do that and not implement that well. And to Michaela's point, that there's this assumption that technology can replace work. And yes, if you're doing the work based on it first, or putting an equal amount of time and thoughtfulness into it, nothing's going to run itself. And I think, to Alan's point about money, when you look at the 2016 election, it's the first time that we have a reversal, that the winner didn't raise the most money. And it's also that neither of the spending was exponential. So you've got this trend from Bush to Obama and then into this election in 2016 where you had Bush breaking $1 billion for the first time and then Obama breaking $2 billion within less than 4 years. And so that exponential increase stopped in 2016. And I think it has a lot to do with what Michaela was just talking about. And it's people aren't spending creative dollars purposefully in places that matter to people. They're just spending more, $10,000 a week on television and thinking about all of those things that they did exactly like the last time and not thinking about what are thoughtful ways to connect to people in their community.
It's 30 minutes after the hour, and extra votes are being counted in some states, those mail-in votes. So these numbers that you're seeing now, gang, are going to probably start to fluctuate. Mitchell, let me ask, if you can go to your crystal ball, considering numbers that have not been counted yet in Florida, for example, just your years of observation, what are you thinking?
I think at the moment there is a 210,000 vote lead for Donald Trump in Florida. This is, mind you, like I said, a seesaw. It's been shifting back and forth all night, but now the trend is kind of broken toward Trump. My feeling is, and again, this is unofficial and just my gut feeling, which could be wrong, it feels like Trump will probably win the state of Florida. Yeah. He is already having been projected to win, as I counted out, 7 states, all of which are none of surprise: Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, South Carolina, and West Virginia, giving him a grand total of 55 electoral votes. Florida was close, and we knew this going on, and that's the long-standing joke regarding Florida. It's known for 2 things: orange juice and really close election results. This is true to form. It's really close. It could break back to Biden. I mean, I have to say, I frankly doubt it, because there's only 10% an estimated number of votes left. And that's, even though this is, as I'm looking over the numbers for what I've actually computed as far as the difference between Trump and Biden in Florida all night, this is the second biggest thus far that I've seen. The most was when there was a lead of about 350,000 toward Trump. So there was a little bit of eating into this on behalf of Biden. But my feeling is Florida will probably hold Republican on the presidential level.
So that's good for Donald Trump, because there was no path for him to not win Florida. So this leaves him in the game, and that takes one of the scenarios for Biden to win off the board. But he still has a few other ways to win.
And of course, it looks like that was due to his surprising strength in Miami-Dade County, as I think we've talked about earlier in the program, with Cuban emigres. And I think the Trump campaign probably will be pretty pleased with how they did with Hispanics, because I think they can point to this and say, well, you know, our ground game here and our outreach to this community, we take a lot of, I can't use the word I would use because we're regulated by the FCC.
Yes.
But, you know, they do take a lot of criticism for, you know, being anti-brown and black people, anti-immigrant. And I think they can probably point to this and say, well, now, wait a minute. You know, we did fairly well in a major city with a huge Hispanic population, and it turned out to win us, you know, this state. I do want to talk about 2 of the other states that are in play, because there are surprisingly close elections, of course, in North Carolina and Georgia, and in South Carolina, at least down the ballot. How important is it for Biden to pick up a North Carolina or a Georgia, guys?
It certainly helps his chances and reduces the possibilities of Trump to win. That's 15 electoral votes in North Carolina. That's nothing to sneeze at. At the moment, it looks like it is a fairly sizable lead for Biden at the moment. Estimated 65% of votes in.
Surprising.
A difference of, as I'm doing a quick arithmetic, about 300,000 votes, percentage-wise 53 to 45. North Carolina is clearly significant. It's swing state status. It went for Trump in 2016. It's a fairly big prize. If it leaves the Republican column and goes Democratic for Biden, as it did for Obama in 2008, that markedly reduces the number of pathways that Trump can win. Even with Florida, even if Trump were to win Florida, and the margin there has actually increased somewhat, now to about 230,000 votes in favor of Trump as things stand currently.
This doesn't feel like an Obama-style election, but I don't think it ever did. I mean, Obama was really a transformational candidate. He enjoyed an enormous number of broad-based support, and it might be worth talking for a second here about the fact that people that voted for Obama then turned around after Obama finished his term in office and voted for Trump.
Yeah.
And that is a surprising thing that I don't know if it speaks to where the Democratic Party went or what the message was there. But I do think it is surprising that, in this election, the American people have voted in the last, 3 major contests for a candidate that presented themselves as a change agent. Now, whether you believe that Trump is a change agent or not, that was how he sold himself. He sold himself as an outsider, and so did Obama. Biden is not doing that. He is selling himself as a pair of safe hands. Is that playing into how this race is going to be decided tonight?
Well, we always look at when we watched Obama win. It was supposed to be the death knell for the Republican Party, and then Trump wins, and that was supposed to be the hope he change. It was like a vote against Obama, even though Obama wasn't running in the election. People who hated Hillary Clinton just absolutely refused to vote for her, and in spite of themselves, voted for Donald Trump. And that's the 33% of white women who were like, well, I don't like her, and I kind of don't like him, but I'd rather have him any day of the week. And then in this election, it's maybe not so much a statement about how much Joe Biden is appreciated and liked, in as much as people were tired, and that the level of exhaust because of what has happened the past 1,383 days, and you have a global pandemic that this administration refuses to wrap their hands around to try to stop. So, we can go around and around on how these numbers look and how people's opinions are crafted. But all I know is they've called the death of the Republican Party at least twice in the last 12 years, and they still are kicking and quite alive. And should Donald Trump win tonight, the question needs to be raised, I think, just how strong the Republican Party within all of this still remains. And who the Latino vote in Florida, what could turn out to be the black male vote against Joe Biden because of the crime bill. There are a lot of those factors involved in those pockets in Florida, which is why Florida is always the most interesting state in these elections. But I don't know, man. I mean, again, I know they've declared death on them, and I don't want to sound like 50 Cent, but many men have wished death upon them, and it has not happened yet. It hasn't materialized.
Oh, Mario, you'll recall that after the 2008 November decision that you and I did, I stated publicly that I thought that George W. Bush was going to be the last Republican president ever.
I remember that. And I happily agreed with you.
I said that on the radio. Everyone heard me. And yeah, well.
Don't feel bad, Mitchell. I went on our mutual friend Justin Kaufman's show and said that you had to be out of your mind if you voted for Donald Trump 4 years ago. I declared people insane on a 50,000 watt Clear Channel radio station, and yet here we are. So I mean, we think we know, and we think with our heads, not necessarily with with our hearts, not necessarily with our heads. And again, here we are. But
before we get into this too, we're going to get actually somebody who's been working with the Get Out the Vote campaign in Wisconsin and Michigan. We're going to get them on the phone in a second, but I wanted to also toss the panel, some numbers are in the House District 3 race, and it is looking early like it is a little closer between Marie Newman and Mike Friccoloni than people might have thought. I'm wondering, John, is there any sense that Newman's campaign could be in trouble at all?
I think if you look at the district, you have a district that in part was former Congressman Henry Hyde's district. So there's very conservative pockets, as we would call them, precincts. So you have to be careful in what part of the district is being counted. This district, as far as I know, is heavily within the city. So, there's a significant amount of votes that are enough to change, as we saw last time, change in favor of the former congressman. So I'm hesitant to say that it's probably the suburbs.
Okay. Some more polls are coming in, obviously, all the time. I mean, some of the states we are pretty sure on. We do think Indiana is going to go solidly to Donald Trump. That's a fairly red state. The Ohio votes continue to be interesting, as well as the Texas votes. Again, some of these totals are not going to be known until tomorrow, however. Again, we don't necessarily know if we can call the election tonight. Guys, just to the panel before we get our Get Out the Vote folks in, I did want to ask, if this turns out to be a more razor-thin election, if Biden wins by a hair, or if Trump wins by a hair, if the Senate remains fairly closely deadlocked, what do you think happens in the United States on November 4th? Senator Durbin said he thought that there was going to be a lot of legal maneuvering and a lot of lawsuits. I don't know if Quinton or Mitchell want to jump in here, but it strikes me that if we do not get a decisive result one way or another, we could be in for a very, very, very long winter.
Yeah, I think so. I think that Donald Trump has really telegraphed his plan that no matter what the results, well, especially if he doesn't win, he's going to challenge in the courts. He's going to get his lawyers. He's said it at rallies. He said it in private conversations that have been reported out by Axios. And so I think that we just should be prepared for there to be a lengthy legal battle, despite whatever we see over the next 2 days. And I think it'd be really interesting to see how the public reacts to Donald Trump maybe attempting or definitely appearing to be trying to steal an election.
And, we need to take a really solid look at the fact that unlike the Gore-Bush situation a few years ago, Joe Biden's got a lot of lawyers too, and they're lined up ready to fight back. And if lawyering and success with lawyers is any indication, Donald Trump has not had a whole lot of success with lawyers. I don't know if that translates into anything real or favored, but Joe Biden has said he's going to fight. I don't see him not fighting if there are questionable numbers in some states.
And that's why that Supreme Court nomination becomes really important, because
Exactly.
a lot of these cases, I imagine, will go to the Supreme Court. We do have some evidence from last week what the Supreme Court's thoughts are. They've been sort of deferring to the state Supreme Courts about how individual state laws work as far as counting ballots. So, it'll be interesting to see kind of like what the arguments become and if the Supreme Court even wants to dive into those waters.
Guys, with that, we are being joined by our fellow Lumpen colleague, Matt Muchowski. He's been involved with the Get Out the Vote campaigns in the Upper Midwest. Matt, thanks so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Glad to be here, Jamie.
Matt, can you talk a little bit for us and for our panel tonight about, let's just start with the basics. What exactly were you guys trying to do in the Upper Midwest in terms of voter activation?
So my day job, I work for AFGE, representing, it's the union that represents federal employees. And federal employees have really been hit hard by this administration between the shutdown and the anti-union executive orders. Trump has really been the Scott Walker of the federal government in terms of labor. We have been a part of the AFL-CIO Get Out the Vote Labor 2020 program across the country, and I've been a part of it in Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Michigan and Wisconsin narrowly went for Trump in 2016, so we have been pouring all of our resources into making sure that union voters understand what's at stake in 2020 and to make sure that they turn out and vote against Trump in 2020.
Were you surprised at all by the voter enthusiasm or the voter turnout that we saw today? Some early numbers indicate that things weren't as good in Wisconsin as I think Democrats had hoped for. But what did you actually see on the ground? Because reports don't make up for eyewitness accounts.
You know, what I've found with my phone banking, anecdotally, is that a lot of union members have already voted, whether they voted by mail or whether they voted early. I think that once they start counting those votes, once those start getting accounted for, we're going to see, it's going to be reflected in the vote totals.
Hi, you doing? It's Mario here. Wisconsin, Trump was there a lot, a whole lot. How much of that do you think is going to play into tonight's result, if there is a result in Wisconsin tonight?
You know, Wisconsin is difficult because they...
I like the fact that you said that. Wisconsin is difficult. That's a T-shirt.
Yeah, so there's history in Wisconsin, right? Scott Walker has passed all of his anti-union laws there, which has really hurt unions' ability to get out the vote there. And I wish that Democrats had spent the last 4 years talking about that and talking about voter ID laws instead of this obsession about, Russia buying some Facebook ads, right? It's like that's real, but also the, so-called right-to-work rules are far more important in terms of suppressing the votes and in terms of, the election results. So, Scott Walker has hurt that. We've seen, Wisconsin has other issues. We saw what's happened in Kenosha. But at the same time, we've seen a lot of union members are fired up and upset. And that led to Scott Walker's defeat with the election of Governor Tony Evers.
Mm-hmm.
So part of the focus in Wisconsin over the last year has not only been the presidential race, but the state Senate races to make sure that next year, when we're assuming that the Republicans will still have a majority, but we want to prevent them from having a supermajority so that when they submit their gerrymandered maps for Congress, for the state reps, for the state Senate, that Tony Evers is able to veto it and that it's able to go to the courts and that there'll be able to be a fight over those maps.
Right.
So, Trump has tried to turn out the white racist vote in Wisconsin with his praising, with his defense of people like Kyle Rittenhouse. But we've also seen that, a lot of African Americans in the Milwaukee area, a lot of union members throughout the state, that rubs them the wrong way. So, there's a lot of vote-by-mail ballots that aren't going to be able to start being counted until today.
Mm-hmm.
And Wisconsin won't be able to accept vote-by-mail ballots that are received after today, which is frustrating. In Illinois, they can receive it for several days after Election Day as long as it's postmarked by Election Day. In Wisconsin, it has to be received by Election Day. But with that said, we're going to be watching it closely. We're going to be watching what the Wisconsin Election Commission, does in terms of some of the vote-by-mail stuff, and we'll see if it ends up in court with, how close it is.
What's your gut tell you? The polls close in like 11 minutes. What's your gut telling you about Wisconsin tonight?
I think if all of the vote-by-mail and early vote ballots are able to be counted fairly, I think it's going to be Joe Biden by a large margin.
Is there any possibility of, clearly Trump's going to fight for every state he loses, but any chance of him actually being able to turn that number over with a legal fight?
I think Trump is going to put most of his legal forces into a state like Pennsylvania, where there's more of a question about, some of the quote-unquote originalists of, Republican legal thought are pushing for an extreme interpretation of the Constitution's clause about the legislature determining, how electors for the president are selected. And I think in that sense, they'll have more of a fight in a state like Pennsylvania. With Wisconsin, most of that has already been decided, largely on the narrow grounds that these Republicans have argued for. They won't be able to accept mail-in ballots that are received tomorrow. Like, they could have been mailed yesterday, but if they're received tomorrow, they won't be able to count them. And that's frustrating, and that highlights how important it is to support public services like the post office and the letter carriers union. But, I think as far as Wisconsin goes, at least we know that was decided, and most union voters, most voters in Wisconsin learned about that. They understand that, and they work to get their ballots in time.
Matt, you said something kind of interesting earlier where you talked about how Republicans had moved to take control of state legislatures. And I wanted to know if you could just expand on that a little bit, because I think it's something that is not examined very often at the big picture level, that one of the reasons that Republicans have been able to put in new state maps, and as you note, make calls on the Supreme Court, for example, in Wisconsin, is because they've run a very smart game over the last 30 or 40 years and focused on these down-ballot races that frequently get ignored. Has your union and have your efforts to get the vote out started to pivot to these races and look at how important it is to get state houses with more equal representation?
I feel like broadly the labor movement has. My union represents federal employees, so AFGE is going to be focused on federal races over local and state races. But broadly, all the AFL-CIO get out the vote efforts really have put a lot of focus on that because they've seen since 2010, since the Tea Party movement, how that has shaped map making, how it's shaped gerrymandering, and how it's shaped the ability to elect, pro-union candidates up and down the ballot. It's still to be seen how much the Democratic Party understands that focus. On my show on Lumpen Radio, I had David Ferris on, who is the author of It's Time to Fight Dirty. And one of the things he talks about in that book is just how important these sort of state races are, how important map making is, and how, Democrats need to put more of a focus on structural changes that can help them win future elections, and not just good-natured policies that help people. As great as healthcare reform is, in the end of the day, Obamacare cost a lot of seats in state houses and Congress, and we need healthcare reform. We need greater coverage of healthcare, but that doesn't do us any good if in 2 years people get elected that then work to overturn those healthcare reforms.
Right. Are you optimistic tonight before we let you go, Matt?
I'm feeling optimistic based on the reports we're hearing about turnout across the country, in the Midwest, in the Rust Belt states, in the Sun Belt states. It's very exciting to hear all the reports about the youth turnout in particular, the high turnout in like early voting and vote by mail. Hopefully it's large enough, and in some of these states it's able to be done soon enough, it's able to be counted soon enough that it will shut down any attempts from the Trump campaign to challenge them. But if it does go to the courts, if it is something that needs to be continued to be fought, I know that all the unions and the AFL-CIO have all of their lawyers at the ready to go and join the fight and make sure that the popular will is respected.
Awesome. We've been speaking with Matt Muchowski. He's been heading up some of the Get the Vote Out efforts. You can, of course, hear his show this coming Sunday, right at 4 o'clock. Am I correct? WGAS, which is, I believe, a crude acronym that I'm not supposed to say on the air either. But, Matt, thanks so much for speaking to us today. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And I just want to point out as well, Illinois, very expected to go for Biden, but a lot of important races happening here as well, such as the fair tax. I'm sure you're talking about that.
Absolutely.
And that's something that labor is very invested in as well.
Absolutely. And we hope for the best on that one as well tonight. We've been speaking with Matt Muchowski. He is with WGAS. You can catch his show, as I said, 4 o'clock this Sunday. Right now, we're going to play a tune real quick, and then we're going to come back with our panel. What's up, Mario?
Really, really quick before we do that, because when we come back, we're going to probably do a little bit more concentrating on what's happening in Illinois. Bobby Rush is in a fight. And the only reason why I'm mentioning that Bobby Rush is in a fight is because he has been the perennial winner for such a long time. The fact that he's in a fight tonight, that could be one of the big stories coming out of this election. Just keep an eye on Bobby Rush. My man is in a fight.
He's in a fight. We'll be right back. You are listening to WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM. This is Lumpen Radio. Election coverage continues right after this.
1, 2, 3, now.
politicians in my eyes. Reaching out, shaking hands, making friends and other plans. Some will rise, some will fall, some won't even answer calls. Look ahead, see them fly, see the twinkle in their eye. Politicians, tell me why can't you hear the people cry?
You are listening to continuing coverage of the 2019 election on WLPN LP Chicago 105.5 FM. This is Lumpen Radio.
Well, it's not the 2019 election. Sorry about that, Shanna.
That's all right. That's all right. It was a great time then, too. This is WLPN LP Chicago 105.5 FM Lumpen Radio, along with your hosts, John Daley and Jamie Trecker. I'm Mario Smith. Thank you all for listening to our continuing coverage of the 2020 election. And before we dive into local numbers, our panel is dope, man. We got the Mots tonight, boy. Quinton and Mitchell and Alan and Kyla. We're doing all right.
John Daley.
Mr. Daley. Gabriel Piemonte will be joining us soon.
Yeah, Mr. Szczepanczyk. So we got everybody out here. Let's jump right into it because we do have some local vote totals. Mitchell, what's the race we should be focusing on right now?
The race to focus on right now is that of the federal election race in North Carolina. That is shaping up where, as I'm checking quickly, there is a difference. Biden has a lead, fairly sizable, about 4 percentage points, shade under 200,000 votes with nearly 3/4 of the votes in. If that holds and goes to Biden, that considerably reduces the possible avenues for Trump to be able to hold the White House, even with Florida, which is still very tight, still with a Trump lead, and with far fewer votes left to count. They've already announced 92% of votes in. Trump leads 51 to 48 percentage points.
Yeah, he's got about a 200,000 vote lead in Florida. It looks like Miami-Dade County really broke strong for him. And, unfortunately, those numbers in South Florida, where there is a tremendous amount of the population, kind of killed the Democrats there. John, let's toss it over to you for a second. Will there be any kind of regrets on the part of the Democrats for not making Florida a little more competitive, or is this actually a pretty good turnout considering that Florida has been so staunchly Republican for a while?
Well, I think you'll have regrets across the board. Obviously, always when this data comes in, people say, oh, we should have done this or that. And that's natural. And some of the assumptions will be correct, and they would have spent resources well, and others will be a waste. I think the question is, again, when you get back to a margin of 3 to 4% where you have genuine engagement or granular engagement, that is going to be the difference in some of our local races that we're seeing, which I think will be affected down ballot from larger initiatives that we voted for up top, including the presidential and the tax, fair tax referendum. So I think those are things that will translate into some wrong assumptions down the ballot, Jimmy.
And of course, as we're talking about that, the graduated income tax right now, again, not many votes are in, but the no's are leading that. And of course, that's an unusual initiative. Doesn't it need 60% to pass? Why is that?
There's two paths. 60% is one of them for those who vote, and then the total electorate is 50 plus 1. And so there's two paths. The easier path, getting 60%, but much harder to do. And so I think you have people who are motivated. We'll see if they were motivated early or late. But a lot of money was spent on that, a lot of TV time, and a lot of time trying to frame message to other things, like the presidential election, like things that we're going to see in local races pan out. And I think that'll be very telling of what messaging was most important today.
Quinton, to you, what should we be keeping our eye on right now?
Yeah, sorry about that. I was going to say the fair tax. That's something that we've been hearing about for, even as JB was running for governor. Something that he made it as a campaign promise, and the early numbers aren't looking positive. I have some little anecdotal evidence that a lot of people didn't understand what they were actually voting on and what the amendment actually did. So that's something that I was very curious to see how it was going to play out. In addition, something local, the Cook County Democratic Party made an effort to vote no on retention Judge Newman. So I'm going to see how, if Kim Foxx plays any factor into if the no vote for Judge Newman is affected by Kim Foxx and Tony Preckwinkle at all.
Let's just back up here, because that's a really interesting point. JB did, actually came on the radio station and talked about how important this was. And I believe the deputy governor also said that if the fair tax amendment wasn't passed, taxes in the state of Illinois might have to be raised as much as 20%. So this seems to be a ballot initiative that has severe and real consequences. Can just to toss it to the panel, if this goes down, given the fact that our finances are in such dire straits given the pandemic, and we obviously are seeing city finances hit extremely hard as well due to that, what will be the result of this if this fair tax amendment dies?
Well, quickly, you'll have every assumption going in budgetary forecasts, having to scramble and figure out what other sources are. You can restructure and refinance what's often called scoop and toss only so many times, and you can only be downgraded because of your leverage position so many times. And eventually money becomes so expensive because of your credit rating that you've got to face the music. And so one of the, you've mentioned McConnell a bunch this evening, but he had mentioned bankruptcy for municipalities as a possibility. No one's really considered that for a municipality like Chicago, because if you look at the Chapter 11 decision in Detroit, there's so much revenue that the city does have, which is a positive stream. It's just the problem is that you balance that with the amount of debt service that's being put on the city now. It's a dire situation, and this budget that's ahead of us has a lot of those same assumptions and financing. So the question, what happens? I think the immediate thing that happens is the General Assembly and local municipalities try and figure out where they're going to get revenue, and don't assume that the federal government is going to bail them out. And so I think that's a real problem for Illinois. And not just because of COVID. You look at the state's financing, and I think it's a problem outside of the pandemic, and I think it's only worsened because of it.
John, to that end, what is the projection after the pandemic, whenever that is, has finally gotten to be manageable, and we start looking at vaccines and things of that nature? What changes do you think will be on the horizon here in the state?
I think, you have people predicting that there'll be the equivalent of the Roaring 20s in rebound and
I don't have to wear those funky clothes, do I?
Hey, I'm sure everything comes back at some point, but I think that's people's assumption. But I actually believe that you'll have some cultural changes in the way that we interact. Meaning, I think with work particularly, I think people will permanently adopt some of these things like remote work. I think you'll have, even in elections, I think we'll see, and even in municipal meetings happening. I mean, it makes sense to happen online. It becomes the most public forum, and people can have the greatest access. So that being the goal, I think you'll see some permanent change, and some for good. But I think people interacting in space, we'll see how that recovers, and hopefully it's a hockey puck, or a hockey stick rather, recovery.
Yeah. I wanted to bring in Alan for a second because, of course, Alan works at one of our top universities and has been, studying a lot of this stuff. Alan, with the fact that the state is in such dire financial straits, and Chicago in particular, and we talk about the historic, underinvestment in our communities, was there a chance for candidates to get out and say that, hey, if you elect me, we can finally make some changes, and we're finally going to try to change how we fund some of the things that we're funding in the state? And I guess the reason I'm asking this is because, there were some explicit quid pro quo promises made in Wisconsin by Democrats to people, and I think people are expecting those promises, to come back. And I think that after a summer of, protest and unrest and obviously, tremendous problems due to the pandemic, I think people have a right to expect, that, for example, if you give someone their vote and they promise that they're going to clean up some of this stuff, that something actually happens.
Well, I think so. And I mean, John really outlined the financial realities that here, but it's a delicate proposition for any politician to talk about taxes. And we know historically that people are hesitant about the idea of a tax, even if the tax is not going to impact them negatively, or even if the tax is going to positively generate revenue that will go to services that they need. There is an inherent tension between knowing that the voter tends not to be looking at the details, does not really know all of the pieces, and is swayed by many other factors. There's always a risk in building trust between politicians and voters, whereas community leaders, and you saw with this campaign, the number of different groups that were advertising, that were putting up signage for and against, I think it really muddied up where people stood on this. And so a politician, someone running that was more secure in their race, could make that case. But for someone that is worried about their race, if they're within a margin of error, thinking about 4 to 5 points of winning, that becomes a tricky proposition. And I think going forward, let's say the amendment doesn't pass, given the financial need that was outlined earlier, the risk then becomes, are you willing to vote for something like a tax increase, which is necessary, knowing that voters will be attentive to that and could punish you at the midterms or at the next election? And I think that, for me, is the calculus here of why we're going down this route, and why a lot of the legwork was done by people that aren't up for re-election immediately. You saw Governor Pritzker putting in $58 million of his own money in this campaign, for instance. There's going to be some protecting that needs to happen. And I'm really worried about who are the folks that are going to step up, and what kind of risk does that put them down the line.
I do want to mention there is a little bit of breaking news, and just everybody brace yourselves. Luis Robert won his first Gold Glove. He's the first White Sox rookie to win the Gold Glove. Yeah.
Wow.
Thought I'd throw that in because every other piece of White Sox news makes me angry. So I just wanted to talk about that and just throw it in. To talk about some of the top races here in Illinois in the graduated income tax amendment, the no's seem to have it right now. Kim Foxx is leading her race against Patrick O'Brien, 59.9% to 33.2%.
That's a fairly strong lead for her, actually, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so, and I dare say at some point, probably in the next half hour to an hour, that should be a win for her, in my estimation. And Lauren Underwood against the perennial milkman, Jim Oberweis, she's putting it on him, too. So those are three of the top races in the state.
I have always wondered, and I don't mean to cast aspersions on Mr. Oberweis, but I've always wondered why somebody would vote for a milkman to represent them.
Because milkmen are trustworthy in history. I don't know. That's a good question.
I've always wondered that about him. I mean,
it's not like he doesn't try. He's Willie Wilson with milk.
It's true. He's Willie Wilson.
It's the glass bottle.
Hey, that glass bottle is. Look, that lemonade. Let me tell you, sir.
He did a nice job on his milk. I mean, it's fine milk, I guess. Speaking of Willie Wilson, it's interesting you bring up Willie because I wondered going into it. He maintains a very strong base of support in this city.
Hey, man.
And I wondered if he was going to peel votes off from Dick Durbin, and it didn't happen, obviously. But, I was a little, I never thought that Durbin was in danger, but I was a little surprised that Wilson so far has not picked up more votes. I actually thought he could pull between 7 and 10%.
There is something to be said about Willie Wilson. Before he got COVID, Willie, I have a notification on my Facebook, I'm old, for Willie Wilson specifically, and that thing blew up this summer. He was everywhere. He's giving out PPE. He's handing out money. He's singing songs in people's churches. He was everywhere. Could not get more than 15,000 votes.
Yeah, it's surprising. Guys, let's look, in fact, in some of the races that do look to be called. I mean, I don't think there's any surprise that you've got the Dakotas, Wyoming, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. These have been fairly traditional Republican states. They all look to be fairly solidly in the Trump basket. Looking at this map, I mean, the one or two races that still seem to be fairly competitive, and it's a bit surprising, are those races in Georgia and North Carolina, even if they do tilt ultimately to Trump. One of the things that we talked about coming into this race, guys, was the fact that the blue wall that used to go basically all the way up and down both coasts and then into the upper Midwest had crumbled. I want to throw it to our guys in the panel here. Are you anticipating that this wall can be rebuilt tonight?
Looks like it so far. In the early results from Michigan, it's actually Trump with a slight lead, actually a considerable lead, margin of about 15,000. Am I reading it right?
Yeah, about 15,000 in Michigan. Trump is leading in Michigan.
Yeah. Biden, though, it being his home state, is originally from Scranton, a considerable lead, 18 percentage points. Still early on there, though. Ohio, it might return back to its status as a swing state. For the last 3 election cycles, it was thought of as, well, once upon a time it was a swing state, but now going Republican. But it might swing back. It's now Biden with more than half of the votes estimated in. Biden leads by about 4 percentage points, a difference in vote totals of about 150,000 votes, give or take.
So I'm looking at Michigan right now with 17% reported, and you can tell me if you have more reported where you're looking. But Donald Trump's up by 17 points in Michigan, by 200,000 votes.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Which is it does make you wonder where those votes are coming in from. But Michigan, which of course does have a Democratic governor, and has been a place of real turmoil, and it's a place where Trump went quite often. He went there very often, campaigned publicly. Of course, so did Joe Biden. But it would not be a surprise to see that state, outside of Detroit, fall into Trump's camp.
Yes, I'm looking at it. It looks like Detroit has started reporting. Flint, Michigan is still early on, and a lot of the rural areas of Michigan haven't started yet. So this might stick.
The big center of votes. I'm from Michigan, so I can speak to Kent County, which is where I was born. That's now being competitive. The 3rd district congressional race had been held by Justin Amash, who had held it for I think 5 terms, and this was also Gerald Ford's old Senate seat. This goes Republican by a lot historically, and this time it's actually close between Peter Meyer and Schulten. I'm blanking on her name. Hillary Schulten, I think is her first name. That's polling has shown that to be close, and that never happens in Grand Rapids. That matters because Grand Rapids is the second largest city in the state. If Kent County swings even close, that's not going to bode well for Trump to reclaim Michigan, and that will help to restore the so-called blue wall that Trump had demolished in 2016.
Michilla, if you can hear me, I am curious about the judges tonight. Do you have any line on what's happening so far?
You and me both. I am frantically checking every website possible, and I haven't found any results yet.
Not to cut you off, but what was the result of the? Because I know you were working with the Judicial Accountability Project. The effort that was put out was mighty, and I know the hope is to yield those results that everybody was seeking. Tillman seems to be. It came up more in the last couple of weeks to the consciousness of voters about Tillman, and without having any, because I don't have any numbers either. What's your gut feeling?
I'm a bag of nerves on that end. The opposition is quite mighty, and we mounted the best campaign possible. Also, the Democratic Party supported us. CTU supported the Toss Tillman campaign. There's a number of large organizations and smaller organizations. There was a group of child care workers that supported us. We found support all over. But it goes back to that Kim Foxx race that we were discussing. Judge Tillman is also the presiding judge that requested the special prosecutor against Kim Foxx. So it became very political very quickly. Lori Lightfoot herself started raising money for Judge Tillman. He's an 82-year-old Republican who got on the bench, during the Reagan era.
Wow.
And so, right. So we can understand that maybe he's not on the team so much of criminal justice reform. Like, he was completely uninterested in alternate strategies for quote unquote, dealing with problem adolescents and so forth, because he was in the juvenile court division. He led the juvenile court division. And so he was problematic on so many levels, but it became very political very quickly because we were trying to go after somebody with Burke affiliations, with, he's got some juice in this town, and the chips fell down, fell where they did. But yes, I am frantically looking for results. The Chicago website is zero. The Trib is all there's just zeros across the board on those races. So I am trying to figure that out. I'm also reaching out to the Rush family and trying to figure out what's going on over there, because that's a little worrisome as well.
Let me interrupt real quick on the Kim Foxx race. With 60, she is leading 60,955 votes to 27,808 votes. This is not going to bode well for Patrick O'Brien, and I believe that would be more of a statement to the Fraternal Order of Police, all these folks who have been anti-Kim Foxx. Quinton, if you can step in real quick, what are you seeing in those numbers for the Kim Foxx race?
Yeah, just a quick update too. Bobby Rush is out of trouble. He's up by 18 points.
And
there you go.
Yeah, he's blown it up.
Bobby's back. Don't ever count out Bobby Rush, baby.
Ever.
Defeated Barack Obama in 2000 by a 2-1 margin, and that was as close an election as he has had in a long time.
Yes, power to the people.
He does not lose. He wins 9-1 ratios of where he typically goes. The fact that this was even close at all is a surprise.
Right.
And
sorry,
what
go ahead.
about the other race? You know, one of the other big judicial races that had just millions and millions of dollars poured into it was the state Supreme Court with Thomas Kilbride. Right now, it looks like Kilbride is up comfortably. I believe he needs 60%, though, to be retained. Quinton or Mitchell can correct me on that. But why did this race become such a big money slugfest?
Anyone?
Dump the panel again. You get another dinner for four at the Sizzler.
Anybody that dares take that question.
I mean, the make of the state Supreme Court is pretty obvious. Right now, it is tipped 4-3 for Democrats. You know what I mean? If Kilbride went out, you know, the Republicans would have an opportunity to get something in there. But I guess my question is, you know, was this a proxy battle, you know, between Republicans and House Speaker Mike Madigan?
Based on the messaging, I would say yes, it was a proxy battle. A lot of the commercials, ads that I saw always tied Kilbride and Madigan. So I think anytime the Republicans can take a shot or take some of Madigan's power, they do that.
Right now, it looks like Joe Biden, the current totals are that he has 122 electoral votes to Trump's 93. The swing states, again, remain way too close to call. I think, again, we want to caution everybody, as we've done at the top of every broadcast hour. We are not necessarily expecting to have some complete results in. But I do want to go around the panel real quick right now. Is tonight breaking in the way you expected it to be? I personally thought that this was going to be kind of a long and anxious night. I'm cautiously optimistic for Biden looking at these numbers. But I tend to think, since I'm not seeing many upsets in our Senate races or anything right now, that we are, you know, maybe in for a very, very close election here, guys.
If I may kick this off for the panel, I am not surprised by what I'm seeing, because I, in my head, still have a hard time believing that almost 100 million people would vote early, and then those numbers would swing negatively toward Joe Biden. But I don't think we'll know a winner, but I think we'll have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen in the next day or two tonight. I don't think we're going to have to wait too long to find out.
When you look at, you know, Mario, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Nothing is too surprising, and I think one of the tough pieces about this is ultimately, what do you do with some of the returns like Florida? Is it going to be like 2016, where Florida suggested a rough election for Democrats, or is it going to be like 2018, where Florida was actually the outlier for what was essentially a very good night for Democrats? So I think that's one piece. But for me, it really does hinge on this kind of upper Midwest section primarily. I think that so far things are going to be looking good once you get the vote totals out of a Wisconsin and a Michigan. And a lot of people went in saying that a Pennsylvania would be the tipping point. Ohio looks really good, a border state to Pennsylvania. That changes the race dramatically. If Trump wins Florida and Georgia, he loses Ohio, he's in big trouble overall. And so, you know, I think some people may have expected more of a landslide. I don't think we could say one way or another at this point. But right now, if you went into it, Pennsylvania being a tipping point still looks like the case here, and it still looks good for Biden at this point.
You could even say Pennsylvania is a keystone state.
Oh, look at you.
I'll say, you know, like Alan said, most of this is breaking as we thought. The two things for me that are surprising, I thought Joe Biden would win Pennsylvania, but I didn't think he would be up by this margin at this stage. In Michigan, I thought it would be a lot closer. So those are two states, but Joe Biden can still lose Michigan because he's picking up Ohio and North Carolina potentially. So that kind of neutralizes that potential loss. And he's doing really well in Texas. So things are breaking well for the Democrats. Some of the poll numbers are holding up that said Texas and Georgia were close. And so the poll, you know, we started off this night talking about polls, and I say the polls are kind of giving us some accurate depictions of what's going to take place.
That's a really good point. Not to cut you off, Mario, but in 2016, polls had Hillary Clinton almost a lock solid, winner for the White House. And obviously that didn't happen. The polls were correct in how many popular votes she won. Can we talk a little bit about what's changed in the polls, guys? Because, obviously this is something you guys dig into quite a bit. What changes and what had to happen in the aftermath of 2016?
I know for some of the polling that I'm engaged in and people I work with, one of the big shifts were getting better figures and better counts of with respect to education. What ends up happening is you sample a set of people and then you proportionally put in weights for the different audiences. So you may not get the exact number of people, say, with or without a college degree, but you can weight the data that you have accordingly. 2016 missed a lot of people, in particular, missed a lot of folks without a college degree, and so you saw a couple of different changes. One, more attention to that educational gap. Two, a more consistent reliance on polling that's more dynamic. And what I mean by that is internet-based polls that reach out to folks with cell phones, so that you didn't have just traditional landline phones, which skew in one way or another. And so I think that there were methodological changes, recognizing that there was a sharp undercount. Now, that may not be consistent overall. Again, Florida may be an outlier depending on when and how the polling was happening. Certainly language, English language versus in multiple languages, the poll is a factor. But I think those types of changes, have improved in 2018 and in 2020 so far, some of the results that we're seeing. But, I defer to Quinton as well.
Alan hit it right on the head. The pollsters made some fundamental changes in how they approach it. Like Alan said, they're diversified the way they outreach, and so they consolidated or put the numbers together in a more dynamic way. So there's accounting for cell phones, landlines, and online polls. It's also making sure that the weights are more accurate. I think that in 2016 they overweighed college-educated voters. They also analyzed incorrectly the data that they were getting back. They made assumptions about some of the characteristics of voters, particularly in the Keystone State. They thought that Democrats or Union Democrats that had voted for Democrats for 30 years were rock solid. And so they didn't see those as flipping voters, where in 2018, you see the Democrats spending more time using data to figure out what's the likelihood of a voter flipping from one party to next. So over the last few years, you've seen a lot of data points from internal polls that address what's the likelihood of a demographic flipping. So I think it's fundamental changes. One thing that was really important in 2016 is that Hillary Clinton had a lead by 4 points in the final polls, but she never cleared 50%. So there was always this possibility that independent voters could swing against her, and they did. Well, not necessarily voting for Donald Trump, but they went Gary Johnson and other third-party candidates. So Joe Biden in the popular vote in this election is, just barely over 50%. He's more like 50.2%. So he has a little bit more margin of error that Democrats are solidly for him and independents are as well. So those are some fundamental structural differences between the polling of 2016 and 2020.
This is WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM Lumpen Radio. You can also check us out on Twitch, twitch.tv/Lumpen Radio. Joining us, or joining our panel, Gabriel Piemonte, my friend. Hello, Gabriel.
Hey, how is everybody doing?
How you doing, man?
Hey, Gabriel.
How's it going?
Hey. Oh, it's good to see you. There you are. I have to go on the screen where I can see everybody.
Right.
Hey, everybody.
How's it looking on your end? What are you seeing tonight?
So, I've been watching Texas with bated breath. It's switching on the AP map. It's like, we're blue. No, we're pink. No, we're blue. And, it would be more fun if it weren't like, if there wasn't so much at stake. But it's crazy. It's a crazy map. Where, as of right now, we're having a discussion where the Democratic candidate is ahead in the electoral votes, and the Republican candidate is ahead in the popular vote, which I think is a very interesting space to be in. I don't know what's going to happen, y'all. I have no math here. I'm seeing a strong, solid South for Trump, and I think no one's surprised. But I'll be really interested to see what the numbers look like among Black voters who voted Democrat, who didn't vote for president. And I think that's a conversation that we haven't been having that we need to have. Is folks who are voting down ballot during this race.
I think it's an interesting point, and exit polls have finally just been released, and it is looking like Biden is picking up more votes than Hillary Clinton did, and it may be enough actually to push him, over the edge. Ohio, again, still stays in play as well, even as we're, going through this. And if Biden is able to flip Ohio, it would suggest strength in Pennsylvania as well. And correct me if I'm wrong, Quinton and Mitchell, but I believe that if Ohio and Pennsylvania do fall into Biden's camp, the numbers start to get very, very difficult for Mr. Trump.
Yeah, without question. They're both big prizes. Pennsylvania, they're both Ohio 18 electoral votes, Pennsylvania 20 electoral votes. Without that, the number of avenues for Trump to win the White House curtails significantly. Add Texas to that, and yeah, very much game over.
Yeah. Texas, of course, it's unclear what's going to happen there. I mean, I still think that the strength that we're showing in Texas by Biden is showing just how much things are tightening in some of these states that we considered red, which is interesting. And I wonder if, the panel would like to opine on whether this is due, in fact, to Trump's presidency. Some of the states that have stayed solidly red look like they're going to remain red for quite some time, and that's Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi. But some of these other bigger states that were, at one time kind of on the edge, but we were never considering them to be at all in play for Democrats, now are showing a surprising amount of votes cast for a Democratic candidate.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please, go ahead.
Okay, I was just about to remark regarding Texas. Texas might be the victim of their own policies when it comes to being a competitive race, by which I mean for the last 30 years or so, Republicans have had an absolute hammerlock regarding local politics and local policies regarding, you name it, elections, electoral policies, and the way it trended in days like today, the elections and presidential and in other even-numbered years. The thing is that with this clean sweep regarding policies, they thought that they would just be able to create what they would term as their paradise. They'd reduce taxes, they'd free up land, they can invite people to come by, and that's where things backfire. The people who moved to Texas for low taxes and lots of land didn't vote like people you would figure would be typical Texas Republicans. And while we've been opining maybe for the last two electoral cycles that this might change things, it hasn't really materialized yet. It came close in 2018, particularly with the senatorial race of Beto O'Rourke, who wound up losing in a very tight election, but still nevertheless lost. Here, it's proving to be far more competitive than a lot of people expect. At the moment, I'm checking the results. 73% of estimated reports coming in. Trump now actually has a very slight lead, only 0.2 of a percentage point, a difference of a shade under 200,000 votes among about 8.5 million cast roughly. Quinton?
When you look at that, I was just going to say, you look at Texas, they haven't voted since Carter in 1974 or 76. And now you look at this razor thin margin. You also, as you mentioned, have two of the fastest growing states, cities in Houston and Austin. And people who are remote are looking at Texas as one of the lowest tax states. We've been having this tax conversation a lot. So when you look at very remote workers, this state has been attractive, as is Colorado. And so I think that starts to play into it as well. I mean, this is a state that shouldn't be counted out by the fact that in local politics, even, this is a president that it's embarrassed President Bush and President Bush's family, who, is very popular, even with centrists on both sides. And so, I think there's a lot of factors in Texas, but, being less than 100,000 votes competitive right now with almost 2/3 of the vote in is very interesting. As we're seeing a lot of the races locally, going back to the Fox race, you're seeing the 2-to-1 margin in the city. And if you really look at the primary, I guess that's not so surprising. You had a candidate back then who had $10 million and still lost by double digits. So we're seeing that break. We're seeing some Newman numbers that have her 2-to-1 in the city. So that balances some of the suburban numbers we saw earlier.
I'm looking at North Carolina in terms of the national election.
What's also interesting about Texas, I think, is exactly everything you're saying in terms of how attractive the state is. There's also just a general kind of reverse migration that's been happening from the northern. All of these states that got from Jim Crow forward got a huge influx of black folks from the south into the north. There's been a reversal steadily happening. I think we're starting to see impact. The other thing about Texas is clearly, not only have Democrats been sort of speculating when will it turn blue, Republicans have been worried about this particular election. And we know that because Harris County, which is where Houston is, they went to the Supreme Court, which is elected in Texas and is all Republican, and asked them to throw out all of the drive-through ballots. So they're doing a thing there where you can vote, you drop off your ballot, from your car. And, for whatever reason, I believe that the Republican Party did some math and said, these are the places where people are taking advantage of this program. And the last I heard, they were making a decision literally yesterday on that. And I don't know what happened.
I believe they did make the decision,
back
Gabriel.
and forth. I don't know. Mitch, have you been following this at all?
I have. What wound up happening is that the Democrats, particularly at the local political level, actually wound up winning their case, despite the fact that Republicans had drawn a sympathetic judge. Nevertheless, the effect was felt, and as I recall, 9 out of 10 drop-off slots, I guess you could call them, gigantic boxes with slots that you can drop off, were removed as a precautionary measure to make sure that the votes for that wouldn't get challenged and perhaps overturned in court.
They did what they set out to do.
That's being an indirect effect, but yes, they wound up, even though they lost in court, they wound up winning as far as the practical effect is concerned.
Yeah, of course, and they did say that those 122,000 ballots had to be counted in Harris County. That was the last one. And we should point out also, just speaking about that, a federal judge also this morning did say that 6 states, mainly swing states, that had apparently not delivered mail-in ballots, he sent in the postal inspectors, and those post offices were swept in 6 states looking for mail-in ballots that had not been delivered. So I think it may be worth noting that some of the tactics that Republicans were using to delay or to suppress votes did fall apart in the face of the courts. The courts so far have pushed back on nearly every single attempt by the Republican Party to limit people's access to the polls and limit voting when it has been challenged in those courts. And the outcry over the Postal Service, I think, is very interesting and illustrative of where we thought that some real chicanery could happen. And instead, federal judges have been very resolute in not accepting any of the excuses that were given to them and forcing the post office to get back and restore sorting machines, make sure people had overtime, and make sure those ballots were counted. Now, whether that continues on is an open question, but I think some of the numbers we're seeing tonight are largely driven by these mail-in ballots. And Quinton started off saying it at the beginning of the night that this is, the mail-in ballot election. This is it right here. And whether a candidate wins or loses may ultimately be decided on a lot of these non-traditional ballots and what looks to be a seismic shift in how people engage with the voting process, we shouldn't forget that 107 million people voted early. It looks like we're going to have 150 million people, casting their ballots. 75% of all residents in Chicago apparently voted. So all in all, this is amazing, and it's pretty good. A couple other local results I want to get to real quick, and then we're probably going to take a little quick break here, play some more music before we get to the 9 o'clock hour, because we've got a lot of stuff coming up for our last hour of the show. It does look like Lauren Underwood and Sean Casten have held on to their seats. Of course, they flipped those seats to the Democrats in the last election, so that is a hold for Democrats here in Illinois. The Fair Tax Amendment still seems to be struggling. I don't know if, Quinton, if you have any updated numbers on that, but it doesn't look like it is getting close to succeeding, certainly on what John called the easier path.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's looking good for a fair tax amendment, and that was some of my concerns a few weeks ago around the messaging of why folks should vote yes on this, and there was a lot of misinformation. So we'll see if there's some hidden votes somewhere in the state to change those numbers.
I'm a little surprised by that. That did not, because I'm not trying to say that I'm smarter than anybody. I kind of got it just off of the first description of it, but I don't suppose they did as good a job of messaging that as they could have. To make it a lot simpler to understand.
I think they did a terrible job messaging that.
Yeah, I would agree with Michilla.
Awful.
Yeah.
Part of it was the fair tax pack or whatever they call themselves. They got into this argument in the public space about what your taxes actually look like if this passed, and that was a bad conversation to have. So they started getting to the specifics of, if you're a married couple, you have a $2,500 penalty, and that's what the Illinois policy group was putting out. So they got into this public back and forth about the actual tax rates and numbers, and that was a bad argument from the start because none of that's true, and that was still under negotiation, with the State House. So, and it made a lot of folks uncomfortable, and I believe it was John who talked about taxes earlier. When you start talking about taxes, it makes folks uncomfortable, and I think that's ultimately what people just said. They went to their basic instincts of vote no on a tax hike.
Well, you look at California, who had tax referendums for so long and still does. I mean, that brings their budget to almost unmanageable because they can't raise revenue unless people decide to raise their own taxes. And when you look at this, that's what people thought the decision was about. And then you bring in the fact that it was originally billed as a millionaire tax, but then you come to find out that joint filers are minimally affected at $250,000. And when you look at that number, people say, hey, look, I mean, that's a lot of money. It certainly is. But you look at the cost of goods that have gone up so high, and people think that, hey, I'm going to have a better year next year. And that's not an unattainable number, and that will affect me. You look at this 3% tax that affected New Yorkers. You actually had people leave in droves to avoid this tax, which seems ridiculous. The people who actually stick it out are the people who are not paying the most. And then you have, so they got into that. And we've already talked enough about it to know that it's a confusing issue. And people also said that they were going to tax your retirement income, which, probably is also another factor that leads into some of those judicial questions. Why are we talking about a Supreme Court race? Why are we talking about, some other judicial races? And I think that plays into it in one way or another.
Yeah. By the way, we do have one Senate seat that is flipped. John Hickenlooper has been declared the winner in Colorado. Ooh. That is a pickup in Colorado. Colorado has also been declared for Biden. As I think one of our panelists, Gabriel, I think you noted, right now we are in the unusual situation of Trump appearing to have more popular votes and Biden winning more states. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to come back with our panel. I want to remind everybody that they are listening to live election coverage right here on Lumpen Radio. This is WLPN-LP Chicago 105.5 FM. Our panel is not going anywhere. When we come back at the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to have some more guests as well, and we'll bring up everything. So, guys, stick around. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll have more results for you at the top of the hour. This is Lumpen Radio.
You will not be able to stay home, brother.
be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nubs. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on report from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on a rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still life of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry armed women liberationists and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Keys, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Engelbert Humperdinck, or The Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with coke. The revolution will not fight germs that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live.
Woke up this morning with the sun down, shining in. Found my mind in a brown paper bag within. Tripped on a cloud, fell 8 miles high. Tore my mind on a jagged sky. Hey, I dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. Pushed my soul in a deep dark hole and then I followed it in. Watched myself crawling out as I was crawling in. I got up so tight I couldn't unwind. Saw so much till I broke my mind. Hey, I dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. Yeah, yeah. See what condition I was in. Yeah, baby. See what condition I was in. I got up so tight I couldn't unwind. Saw so much till I broke my mind. I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in.
think about it twice. The pusher push, the fixer fix, the judge quits, the junkie lose his life for the dollar bill, for the dollar bill, U.S. dollar bill, for the dollar bill, U.S. dollar bill. You don't buy a life, you live a life. A father learns much too late. He was never home. He worked 2 jobs, left me at home. He had 2 cars. His love life is lost. For the dollar bill, for the dollar bill, for the dollar bill, you want a dollar bill. It'll buy war. It will save a land. It produces air in the name of. It'll buy you life, but not true life. The kind of life where the soul is lost. I made the dollar bill for the dollar bill. U.S. dollar bill. I made the dollar bill for the U.S. dollar bill. U.S. dollar bill. About the dollar bill. Talking about the U.S. dollar bill. U.S. dollar bill. The dollar bill. For the dollar bill. U.S. dollar bill.
This is Election Night on Lumpen Radio.
Welcome back, everyone, to
Hey there.
Lumpen Radio's continuing coverage. Mario Smith.
What's going on?
Jamie Trecker. Giant panel of people here. We've been here
giant
for
panel.
a couple hours already. It's probably good practice for those of you who are just joining in to kind of tell you where we are. Let's start at the national level, where things are a little strange. Actually, at the moment, Joe Biden currently has more places in the Electoral College with 131 than Trump does with 92. But Trump appears to have more popular votes. Many states, in particular swing states, remain too close to call. Some of those states we do not expect to get full numbers tonight. However, a major race was just called in South Carolina, and it appears Lindsey Graham has won re-election, defeating a well-funded challenger, Jamie Harrison. Whether that is a bellwether for Trump's night or not is actually pretty hard to tell. South Carolina has been fairly solidly Republican, but that was a recent result. Lindsey Graham had been, of course, targeted by Democrats for his strong support of Trump. However, in Colorado, John Hickenlooper did flip a seat. That puts one into the Democrats for the Senate. And here in Chicago, we are getting a number of results. And one of the big results that is coming in right now is that the race between Kim Foxx and Patrick O'Brien has flipped. Patrick O'Brien is now winning. And Quinton and Mitchell, I wonder if you guys could chime in on this right now, because Fox, we thought at the beginning of the night that this was going to be an important race and a very tough race. But can you talk a little bit about where this leaves Fox?
The fact that she's, from what I was reading, it seemed like this was going to be kind of a runaway. Maybe not like convincing, but probably within low double-digit wins would be my read of the situation. The fact that this is, that she's losing, never mind being competitive, is extraordinary.
What does that say to the idea that maybe they have not counted Cook County yet in terms of votes? Do we have a line on that?
I'm checking at this very moment. Possibly so.
The Cook County votes are, it looks at the reporting precincts in Cook are about 50%.
Okay.
And the city is 46.6. She is leading the city by 48,000 votes roughly, and losing the county by 50 currently. So it's less than 10,000 votes that we're talking about right now.
Right.
Yeah. In a big scheme of things, that's thin. So yeah, still a long way to go. But the fact that it's not a runaway and hasn't been called yet that's a big deal.
We're also looking at the U.S. House District race with Lauren Underwood against Jim Oberweis. Lauren Underwood is winning in that race. The referendum, the graduated income tax amendment, the noes seem to have that sewed up.
So far.
So far.
Dick Durbin obviously has won re-election. Sean Casten appears to have run re-election. Guys, but overall, we still don't really know the most important race of the night. And I kind of wanted to throw it again to the panel and just get some senses from you guys on where people should keep an eye on now in the next hour. Is there a state that we should be looking at? Is it Michigan? Is it Pennsylvania? Where do people need to be focusing their attention, guys?
Right now, I'll mention two things to focus on. One, North Carolina, which is razor tight. Biden has a lead, but it's really thin. It's gone from a 4 percentage point lead to 0.6%, a difference in real votes of about 30,000 votes. That is really tightened. Florida, we had talked about it all night. The flood of results there has now come down to a trickle. There has been precious little in the way of new results there. Trump has reclaimed that and has now extended to nearly a 5 percentage point lead. I would not look at that any further. I think that's going to go Trump, but we will wait for an official word. North Carolina would be a focus. Ohio is also turning out to be razor thin there as well, but now swinging back toward Trump. There's a lead now there about 1.5 percentage points toward Trump, but Biden had been leading that, and there's still a third of the way to go as far as votes are concerned there. Those would be the two places to look at, North Carolina and Ohio.
No.
So I'm looking at the entire Rust Belt. I have Donald Trump actually up 3 points in Ohio with 75% reported. He also is now up on Biden by 2 points in Pennsylvania. He's up on Biden by 13 points in Michigan and 4 points on Biden in Wisconsin. This is not trending well for Biden. If he, for his team, this feels very much like 2016 again. If he's about to lose all these states, because he needed to get 3 or 4, and right now they're all leaning red. So I would look at those 4 states because it's either he gets those 3 of those 4 or not, and that's what this race is all about. I never anticipated him really winning North Carolina. If Joe Biden pulls that off, that would be icing on the cake. But he really needs 3 or 4 between Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania.
And it doesn't look
I
like
think losing Michigan is really in that it's usually a bellwether as a presidential state, or has been historically. You look at those 4 states that Quinton just mentioned, Pennsylvania trending a little worse than it was a minute ago. But Michigan, that big margin, I think is very difficult and very good for the president.
Thinking about going back to Michigan for a moment, there are barely any results coming out of Wayne County of Detroit. They've only reported back 3% of estimated report of results. The other big treasure of votes, Kent County, Grand Rapids, they're 43% of estimated votes. Trump with as things go, a kind of a thin lead, 56 to 40. As Kent has historically gone, that's a close race. So if Biden can keep that reasonably close, Wayne County with Detroit and its big numbers, I mean, it's the biggest city in the state by far, would probably swing the state toward Biden, I think.
So, Mitch, there's 28% and 25% in both Washtenaw and Wayne, and Vice President Biden is up in both. It looks like 55 to 42, roughly, in both Washtenaw and Wayne right now.
Wayne, though, is by far the biggest treasure because that's Detroit, the biggest city in the state, but also barely any results have come in. Washtenaw, home of Ann Arbor, that's going to trend toward it, but the main thing is it's not a big population center. Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti, and that's really it. I would look toward Wayne, but we're going to probably wait for numbers there to roll in, and Grand Rapids, Kent County. Maybe a little bit in Kalamazoo County because that's also a top 5 city in the state, although that's trended Republican historically. But it's still way too early. I would not focus on Michigan right now. Still way too early regarding the results there.
I want to say something really quick.
If I was on the Biden campaign, I would look at this somewhat positively. Right now, the states that you're supposed to win, you're winning real easy, and they're immediately declaring those for you. So that kind of eliminates Donald Trump's strategy. I was reading on Sunday in Axio that Trump was going to come out tonight and say that he won, regardless of the situation. But this map, if it holds up this way, it'll prevent him from being able to do that because Joe Biden technically will have the Electoral College lead because most of Trump's states are too close to call right now. So from a legal, strategic lawyer perspective, this kind of like gives Joe Biden the opportunity to sort of like make sure every vote is counted because Donald Trump can't challenge right now in the court system.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, not to interrupt you, Marty, but it looks like if we anticipate Washington, Oregon, and California going as we think they will, Joe Biden is probably going to end up with 200 plus, electoral votes fairly soon. You need to get to 270. But I think the question here is, guys, these early votes, are these early votes coming from in-person voting, which tends to trend toward Republicans, or are they coming from the Democratic ballots? Because we've heard a lot about the so-called blue shift. Now, is that in play in these Rust Belt states?
Yes, they are. There are a lot of ballots that need to still come in. There are a lot of ballots, as we mentioned earlier, that they weren't even able to open them until today. So there are definitely ballots out there. And we're not talking about, 5,000 or 6,000 ballots. We're talking about 100, 200,000 ballots that could easily make these races a lot closer, particularly in Michigan, as Mitchell mentioned. So it's not over. And I just saw on my map that Iowa just flipped back to being blue. So it's not over. Biden shouldn't be worried, but like I said, it's good news if you're the Biden camp because all of these places that Trump won in 2016 are all too close to call, which means that they did their job. They challenged Trump where they needed to, and they're potentially going to pick up a few seats.
I think going into this, there was an expectation that the Sun Belt would be a place of major shifts. You look at Georgia, you look at Texas. I think the two states that I'm looking at are still getting back to some of the basics. One being Pennsylvania, a place that's notoriously slow for counting votes, a place that both campaigns put tremendous resources in. Certainly the Biden campaign the last 5 days, multiple rallies throughout that state, it being essential to flip for the Biden team. And then Arizona, there's one place in the Sun Belt where if there is going to be a shift from red to blue, that would be a bit new. That's an area with 11 electoral college votes that would be crucial if you assume that the firewall of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and so far I'm not seeing any information to doubt that wouldn't be restored this go around. A Pennsylvania and an Arizona gets you to the place that you need to go without Ohio, without Florida, without even North Carolina. And so I think those two states for me are really going to speak to how effective the ground game is and speaks to our prevailing trends in Arizona, and then this kind of fight for the working class voter and turnout in the big cities and throughout the rest of the state for the Biden team.
Mitchell, before you speak, Alan, let me ask you something really.
Here, it's a small state. No one's paying attention to it. Maine, it's a state that Hillary won, and currently Joe Biden's losing. And if this becomes a really tight electoral college, those 4 electoral college votes up there might make a difference.
And also another consideration, Maine allots its electoral votes by district. It's not a winner-take-all state.
Exactly.
So we are having 4 presidential elections, sub-elections within Maine itself.
Yeah.
Alan, to go back to your point about Arizona, and also to speak to the panel in general about the slow nature of counting votes from districts that are predominantly districts of people of color. Alan, if you're talking to someone tonight and you're saying to them, let's say you're talking to a Biden supporter, right? And they are right now kind of looking at the map going, uh-oh, this is all starting to look, kind of weird to me. I'm getting a little nervous. What is your message to that person? And to that end, the same thing, if you're a Trump supporter and you're looking at the map, are you telling them to not be as confident as they may appear to be right now, looking at the way these numbers are shaping up?
Well, I'm actually, messaging a lot of Biden supporters who are very nervous. Yeah, I mean, Quinton and Mitchell talked about it, but yeah, essentially, you came in thinking that this could be the massive blue wave of 2018. And when that's not happening, it doesn't mean that you're out of the contest, right? The goal is to get 270 plus 1.
Right.
And there are multiple pathways that exist, and nothing is breaking out of the norm at this point so far. The other piece is that I would tell a Biden supporter and a Trump supporter, their states count ballots differently. Some the order in which they're counted are differently. And so, be careful of exit polls. I wouldn't spend a lot of time with exit polls because they're only really engaging people that came on election day. And we know that most people in many of these big cities and across these states voted early. And so if I was the Trump campaign, I wouldn't try to fly a premature victory flag because you're up in a couple of these states. And for the Biden team and Biden supporters, I'd say take a breath, take a moment. Remember, it goes to a conversation we had earlier in the night about trying to expand the map, conversation similar to 2016. The map is going to be there. The goal is to get 270 plus 1.
Right.
And there are still multiple paths for the Biden team to get there.
And to that end, Quinton, what are those multiple paths that a Biden supporter should be looking at? And the same thing with if you're a Trump supporter. What is the path to glory, if you will?
If you are a Biden supporter, you're looking at, once again, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, some combination of it, at the very minimum 2 of those. Also, you're looking at maybe pulling out North Carolina or Texas. In Arizona right now at 71%, you have Joe Biden up by 9 points. So that's 11 electoral college votes for him. So that's a really good sign as we go out west. So like Alan just said, Biden supporters, take a deep breath. You have multiple paths to victory. You currently have a bigger lead on the board. If you are a Trump supporter, you have a path to victory as well, because a lot of these states that are too close to call are currently leaning in your direction, but that could change overnight. So both sides have reason for optimism.
We also have one other thing to note. AP has just called the U.S. Senate seat in Alabama for Tommy Tuberville, a former college coach. That actually takes a seat away from Doug Jones, a Democrat, and puts it into the Republican column.
No surprise there.
No surprise at all. He was the most vulnerable Democrat in the Senate, we need to note. He won a special election. I believe the guy he was running against was accused of child molestation, I believe.
I think that's what they call it. Yeah, I think they make that move. Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't Rudy Ray Moore either.
That would have been something.
Would have been amazing.
There's a Brian Dennehy running in Illinois.
Very close election.
Yeah.
Doug Jones won by a hair in an off year against someone who's been credibly accused of sexual predation.
Yeah.
I just mentioned there's a Brian Dennehy running. All I can hear is Serengeti in my head whenever I hear the name Dennehy. Forgive me, I'm a hip hop head in that respect. But how did that happen? That this gentleman Brian Dennehy got on the ballot. It's like the judges, where the judge might say, "My name's Freddie Prinze." He's like, "Oh wow, Freddie Prinze. I thought he was dead. I'll vote for him." There's no vetting of this at all. That Brian Dennehy gets on the ballot.
He's a Libertarian Party member.
Yeah, have that too. There's a.
He's peeling off votes from Patrick O'Brien because Kim Fox is now back up by about 80,000 votes in her race.
And I think that speaks to where the votes are counted. And Michaela, if I can ask you real quick, and then I want to ask Gabriel a question as well. Michaela, what are you seeing tonight that has caught your attention in our vast election races?
Well, mostly I'm upset because James Carville was totally wrong about Georgia. I love him with all my heart, and he was 1,000% for Georgia. I'm also watching the judicial races, obviously. Newman we're 1% behind on getting him removed completely. But there are some victories there. Mauricio Araujo, who ultimately did quit based on a lot of the pressure that we put on him. It's looking like he's going down even in the votes. Judge Mahoney is another one. And I think there's another one that's looking kind of funky too. So, of course, the big victory, as always, is that people are paying attention to judges, that people are doing their research. It's not easy to knock a judge off the bench. Again, when we pulled it off last cycle, that was the first time it had happened in 30 years. So that just speaks to how difficult it is. With all this voter turnout and these new voters that turned out, they might not have really been prepping themselves for all of the, the entire ballot. So I'm not going to be too upset about things. Mm-hmm. Oh, of course I'm going to be upset about things, but I'm going to try not to be too upset and gear up for next cycle. But so I'm watching the judicial races right now, and and North Carolina is looking good. We might be able to flip a seat there. And I'm watching Texas go back and forth.
That is the most amazing part of the night.
Bad.
That is the one that's caught my eye. Gabriel, let me ask you real quick.
I didn't curse, Mario. You're
Thank
welcome.
God. Gabriel, let me ask you something really fast. What are you?
It is.
Gabriel, what are you watching right now that's got your attention?
I'm watching I've got the AP map up. I'm also Texas is making me sick, and I'm looking at these numbers in the Rust Belt, and I have to tell you, kind of generally, I am so aggravated with the Democratic Party this cycle. And when I look at Michigan, I keep hearing Michael Moore in my head. And so Michael Moore, after the last election, did something very clever, and he looked at who voted Democrat and didn't vote for president. Hillary needed about, I think, Mitch, 10,000 votes to get Michigan. It wasn't a big number anyway.
I remember it's 72,000 votes was the difference. It was like 0.4% or something like that.
In a huge number of those, it turned out there were a huge number of people who voted for the Democrats and didn't vote for president. So down ballot voting. And I think that's a conversation that we just don't have, where people are like, the national politicians make me sick, but, I need a good dog catcher.
Right.
And honestly, when we talk about the judges, it's like there's a sea change. I really appreciate the understatement that it's kind of hard to get a judge off the seat. It's impossible to get a judge out of Chicago, out of Cook County. It's a miracle that's happening. That's a culture shift where people are really, and so, first of all, y'all deserve a lot of credit for making it happen. But second, it really reflects, there is a kind of local consciousness across, I think, the country in a lot of places where people really are looking for like no BS candidates. And they're not just doing like business as usual. We don't have that on the national level yet. That hasn't translated up to campaigns. I mean, Mario, you and me and Mitch, I remember the first time we did this together. Mm-hmm. And it was Barack's first campaign. And, whatever with the Barack Obama armchair stuff, that was like laser sharp surgical procedure. We watched the man take apart and put back together the electoral map.
Exactly.
It was beautiful. It was an amazing thing. This is like, 3 a.m. frat party vomit electoral politics. And you're just like, well, hopefully, he doesn't go home with the janitor, but he seems like he likes her. So, we've just got to, I'm looking at these numbers and I'm worried. Hopefully things work out. Either way, we've got to have a conversation about, how we can get over the fact that we elected a black president. Because I feel like all of this is just white people freaking out on both sides of the aisle and kind of, backlashing. And we just need good, solid politics on a national level.
Well, it's interesting. One of the things I think you guys are bringing up, too, is you made the point it's very difficult to get rid of judges. It's actually been historically fairly difficult, to beat an incumbent president. And we really haven't talked a lot about that because the anticipation is that this was a straight-up referendum on Trump, his handling of the pandemic, and perhaps his handling of the economy. But, in a normal election cycle, the incumbent comes in with huge advantages, whether it's cash, attention, name recognition. And I'm wondering if we could speak to this a little bit, because I think this was something that's been really kind of under-remarked upon. Joe Biden ran a fairly stealth campaign allowing Trump to just talk. And he made it a straight-up referendum on whatever Trump said and what he did or didn't do. I'm wondering, John, maybe if you could comment on this, because that was a risky strategy. He was able to be, he ran the risk of being characterized as something he wasn't by the incumbent. But also, he was not necessarily as good as Trump was about sucking up airtime and being omnipresent. And again, a president has that advantage. Can you speak to that a little bit about, again, I know you know this, about the difficulty in getting incumbents to lose elections?
Well, I think first and foremost, Gabriel brings up a strong point and position, that the Democratic Party has not spoken to people. And you look at the transition between the 2012 election and the 2016 election, you have people who obviously were taken for granted, and people assumed that they would vote one way or another. And I think that happens to any party's detriment. And that has been what nationally the Democrats have been relying on. They're relying on bases that aren't there and haven't been spoken to. And if you go by three presidential election cycles, without really knowing who is with you, as Quinton said earlier, you have 9% of the electorate who just got into the election this cycle. So if you haven't spoken to those people and you're relying on their grandparents, well, that's not a very good strategy, and that's not one that has longevity. And I think whatever you want to say about this president, and I know that there's probably not anyone on this call that would say many nice things, but the reality is that he has captured the imagination of a certain portion of the country, regardless of whether we like it or not. And that, I think, is the question that we have to understand. What is that? Is it about ethnicity? Is it about a class system? Is it about what are the questions that we're not asking? And how can someone who has clearly not been concerned about church or religion or even tradition or history connect to the Christian right in the United States?
John, why do the Democrats think that they have this lead pipe lock on the electorate when clearly they don't?
I don't know. And as I said, it's to their detriment, Mario. When you look at not just the last election, but when you look at what's happening tonight, I think that is going to be something that people are asking themselves for a long time. What is it that we missed? And, as I said, last night I was thinking about that conversation that happened over the summer that was publicized, but then kind of went away. But I don't think anyone forgot that the major Democratic candidate basically said that, if you don't vote as a Democrat, you have to question your ethnicity or your identity. I mean, I think that's going to come back to bite some votes. Now, simultaneously, if you look at Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico, that might be a new strategy that outplays Ohio, Pennsylvania, and maybe even Wisconsin. But But without Texas, I don't see how that can happen. I think Democrats need to go back to what Michilla was talking about earlier, and how do they actually connect community authentically and not just run campaigns the way that they have done and assume that they're going to win, going back to the 90s. The reason why, and I think the false assumption is, and not to take up too much air, but Bill Clinton, to Jamie's point, is the only person who's overturned an incumbent. You know, anyone who thinks that it's easy to do so, I was fooled by both John Kerry and Al Gore before that. And it's just not something that's easy to do. And I think in large part, even people were confused on the other side that Barack Obama was vulnerable in 2012 when he absolutely was not. He was stronger than he ever was.
New Mexico, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. New Mexico and Colorado now, now New Mexico rather, declared for Joe Biden. That path is constantly changing for Joseph Biden. Go ahead, Alan, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I want to propose kind of a counter story, or maybe not a counter story, but two elements that I think could speak to some of the troubles with Democrats and perhaps the troubles with Republicans. One is, I think that we've been conditioned for a long time to look at many different kind of identity elements of politics or their relationships to the economy. It's the economy, stupid, right? And I think that we may be entering a time where we have to say maybe it's partisanship. You know, that we know that the country, we talk about it all the time, that we've become more and more polarized, right?
Right.
Well, if that's the case, to kind of respond to John's point, I think one of the challenges is the polarization is the main filter for people going forward, and so you have people that have a certain set of values that will compromise them or look past them or ignore them because it's their team, right, Mario?
Right,
we talk
right.
about sports sometimes.
Right.
They are supporting their team regardless of what's happening because I don't want the other team to win. And so I think we may be in the space of partisanship maybe so dominant. So that's one space. Two, and this is particular to Democrats, one of the pieces that we miss when looking at the Clinton election or the Obama election is those candidates galvanized and excited new young voters, a broader base of people. And I think oftentimes Democrats, because we're the big tent party, folks that are in the Democratic Party, there's a sense of we can't appeal too much on the left because we got to think about the middle. And I think that works generally, except for in cases where you need turnout. There are more registered Democrats than Republicans and have been the case for almost 3 decades, right? The two Democratic wins we've seen have been different candidate, younger candidate, exciting, fresh ideas, or at least relatable in nature. And I wonder, hopefully this is not a Biden loss for many people in the party, but I do wonder, when does the party decide there's an opportunity to mobilize younger voters? Because every time the party does, they win one of these presidential elections.
Right.
And when they don't, they lose.
Right.
And what's it gonna take for that kind of different thinking to come into play?
It kind of reminds me of the mayoral race with the 65,000 candidates, Jamie. And when you got what you got, it was like, oh, word, this is who I have left. This presidential campaign on the part of the Democrats, you know, even if Biden wins tonight, I'm side-eyeing the Democratic Party and just how they rolled out every human being possible, and you ended up with Joe Biden. Not a popular candidate, but because of Donald Trump's unpopularity, the guy that people figured he could beat him if anybody. And then Obama nostalgia with Joe Biden too.
Yeah.
How much of that is real?
I would push back on that a little bit and just note that, when the Republican, the primary that Trump won was widely considered one of the biggest and weakest Republican primaries ever. I think the Democrats went through this a little bit as well, where they had a bunch of candidates who did energize younger voters, such as Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, but they could not put together coalitions. And I remember we were talking about Kamala Harris. the fact that she dropped out so early was a sign of weakness. She was not able to build a coalition. And while, I think she was viewed as a safe vice presidential choice, it's interesting to me that in these kind of elections against an incumbent, we tend to see slates of candidates bubble up to the top that are not very exciting and frankly are on the elderly side of both parties. The leading Democrats are all in their 70s and 80s. The leading Republicans, whoever wins tonight's election is going to be the oldest man, I believe, ever to be president.
The 1,000-year-old man.
So one of the things I think we're kind of talking around, America is one of the few places that has not moved to younger leaders. Almost every Western European nation now has younger leadership, and they've made that transition. We've been unable to. Dianne Feinstein's, I believe, 87 or 89 years old, and she's 87. Excuse me. She's holding up, a Supreme Court nomination in a very consequential election year. Some of this, I think, has to be examined by people beyond just the kind of old guard Democrats and Republicans. And I would go further and just say that one of the things that is most concerning about this election, regardless of who wins, is that the Republican Party, which used to be a fairly old line opposition party, has now become basically a personality cult. Yeah. Again, regardless of who wins, this party is owned and controlled by Donald Trump, for good or for ill. And in terms of public policy, that's very damaging in a two-party system. I think it's led to what we've seen, total gridlock on, issues of real urgency, such as pandemic relief for the citizenry.
Right.
We're seeing deadlock and dissension on things like infrastructure, which did not used to be, really a political football, to be honest with you. Everybody needs a road. So some of this is becoming strange, and I wonder how much it has to do with the fact that our candidates and the leaders that we're putting up tend to be vastly older than, frankly, most of the people that are now voting for them. Biden, we've talked about this, and John and I talk about this on our show, and we have in the past. We all know that older Americans tend to vote proportionately more than other groups. Have both parties made a mistake and kind of leaned too much in that demographic to the point where neither party is really able to get kind of fresh leadership and fresh ideas?
Well, you know what, man? I think about what Mays Jackson says all the time. What's in it for the black people? Why aren't these parties making that kind of reach to that demographic? If you're going to look at, for example, right now, Florida is frozen. It's at 91% of the precincts reporting. Donald Trump has a 2-point lead. There are plenty, and I mean a lot of African Americans who live in Florida, and I don't know if the reach for the Democratic Party or the Republican Party is really there, and if they believe that segment of voter would be in line to support them. This is shaping up to be more of a referendum on the two-party system, if you ask me.
Absolutely. Mario, you're 100% right. This is a race about race.
Yeah.
And the reason the Democrats are unable to do what the Republicans can do is that the party is based on a contradiction. It's based on a lie, which is we're here for everybody. But we're not here for everybody because we let schools crumble in the cities. We let police beat the crap out of people in the cities. And we say we're going to do something about it, and then we don't. And there are a million other examples of things like that. Obama and Biden go to Flint to campaign. And not once do they say, you know what, we were wrong. We screwed up. Not once do they admit that they didn't do the right thing for the people in Flint. And so there's just this culture in the Democratic Party of a certain part of this group that we get out to vote for us, we don't actually deliver for. You look at the Lift Every Voice Biden platform, it is not for black folks. It is Lift Every Voice. It's the same thing that you saw with Bernie, where every solution is a solution for everyone, and no one talks about the specific obligations that we have to the African American folks that actually make the Democratic Party run. Without them, there is no Democratic Party, and yet there are no programs specific to black people, and that's critical. That's what we're afraid. That's the third rail to Democrats.
And Gabriel,
because they're afraid if you start saying we're going to do this for these people because it is owed, that everyone else is going to run away.
Even in the macro, Gabriel, the black woman candidate, black woman voter, is woefully ignored until the black woman voter shows up, and then they're all like, "Oh, wow, black women voted strong." Yes, they always do, but you don't pay attention to them until it's after the fact. Yeah. Michilla, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Biden's platform, you know, he is who we thought he was, for real. Like, if you look at it, he's still talking about officer friendly. Like, his platform is straight out of 1985.
Well, it's malarkey and Muttonhead and all that.
Police officers and people need to be friends. He's not speaking to any of the young folks. He's not speaking to any of the voices that are so loud in our popular conversation right now. His choosing him as a candidate in general, which I still hope he wins, right?
No doubt.
But choosing him in general is more of the not so much a meritocracy, but more about the Democratic Party privilege system, right? Like, it was Hillary's turn, let her do it. It's Biden's turn, let him have a go, as opposed to really taking a pulse on what people in America want to talk about, and picking a candidate that can speak to those issues.
It's the Democratic
Party. Was just saying about reaching voters, particularly in Florida and even Texas, is that the Democratic Party, you know, we could talk about their messaging, we could talk about recruiting, younger, viable candidates, but in my experience, especially outside of Illinois, the Democratic Party has a mobilization problem. They don't necessarily leverage all their resources. I know we talked about that earlier too. I've worked in North Carolina and Texas, and in both of those states, they don't engage the unions in the same way we do here in Illinois. They don't have the same mechanisms that Cook County has to turn out the vote. And so a lot of these things, especially when races are very close, we can look to voter suppression and messaging, but sometimes it's just simply the Democratic Party is just not being strategic and tactical in some of their leveraging of resources and using unions and making sure they're deploying people to knock doors here. And so the Democrats have, they have to do these things in order to turn out their base, because their base is different from the Republican Party. They are in areas where you have to actually go in there and convince them and bring them out to the polls. And so the numbers are there in Texas. There are enough registered Democrats, enough black and brown people to make Texas blue, and in Florida and in North Carolina. It's just simply the parties do not engage those communities the same way as the Democratic Party does here in Cook County and Chicago. And to address some, like recruiting, younger, stronger candidates, one thing that I've noticed is that strong candidates don't typically challenge incumbents. They try to go after vacant seats. And so, look at Donald Trump. Actually, in 2012, Donald Trump was talking about running against Barack Obama.
That's right.
But he didn't want that heat. So he stayed out of there, and he ran in 2016 when it was an open seat. So there is this history of strong candidates don't challenge incumbents. So in 2024, I'm sure there's going to be a stronger Democrat than Joe Biden. That's going to maybe Kamala Harris over the next 4 years becomes a stronger candidate, and she runs again. But I definitely think there's a pattern that strong Democrats or strong Republicans don't actually challenge incumbents, because there is a incumbency bump, and we might be seeing that tonight actually.
So we've got about 20 minutes left of the broadcast right now. It is still looking too close to call, but the trends are in certain states. Trump is up by about 5 points in Ohio, 13 in Georgia, a surprising, to me at least, 11 in Michigan and 10 in Pennsylvania. However, it's, again, a caution. We are not going to have a lot of these results in tonight. Guys, just, because we are running out of time here, one of the things that we talked about at the very start of the show was that 150 million people did cast their ballots in this election, it appears, which is the biggest turnout in our lifetime. So there obviously was some energy and drive and excitement, regardless of
And fear.
Regardless of what party did or who the candidate was. I think it's obvious that Republicans came out to support their candidate, and I think, Quinton, you make an excellent point about partisanship, and as do you, Alan. Democrats, I think, came out largely to vote against Trump. I don't necessarily know if they came out to vote for Joe Biden, but they absolutely came out against Trump. Guys, since we have about 15 minutes to wrap it up, what are the paths we're looking at right now for either man, since it doesn't appear that either candidate can declare victory tonight?
The various paths, I'll dive in. Clearly the Rust Belt, clearly to be able to flip what looks like putative leads, certainly in the troika that Donald Trump had won, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Despite the fact that as I look over the results at the moment, but still with only 37 or so percent, Donald Trump is leading in all those states at the moment, and there's still a lot of votes yet to be counted. And not only are we not going to find them out tonight, we might not even find out about them this week. These are particularly Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, both start counting today. I mean, in the case of Florida, we had, most of the numbers had rolled in within about an hour's time tonight, because they counted them as votes had arrived. Same thing with Illinois. In these states, we might not find out. We could have a show this time next week, and we still might not be able to know.
That's right.
November decision on WLPN.
Yeah, the December decision.
December decision.
What about
those votes are going to be critical, and we might not find them out for a while. North Carolina is razor thin at the moment. Trump leads there, but by a hair, only 1 percentage point, with about 93% of the votes in. But as Mario had mentioned, that and Florida have now slowed to a crawl regarding results. It's now going to be a grind.
I think one of the other elements, just to build on that, is you've had, you look at Pennsylvania. That's a state where there are over 2 million mail-in ballots. That's about 87% of the total ballots in the state that have not been engaged at all. I'm looking at, in terms of pathways, you look at that Wisconsin, Michigan situation in Pennsylvania. So far, based on kind of the figures we're getting, and again, they're slow. Milwaukee County, for instance, in Wisconsin, said they may not even have results in by 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So be patient. But it looks like the Trump figures, though he's up, he's not getting the same turnout that he did in 2016. And so I can imagine that for Biden, it's still Wisconsin, it's flipping Michigan. Arizona looks actually quite good for Trump.
Yeah, it does.
Excuse me, for Biden. And at that point, then you start to take out some of the uncertainty and relying on an Ohio, relying on North Carolina, and then Pennsylvania becomes the focus. Nevada, we don't project, but we think coming into this would be good for Biden. And at that point, then it becomes a case of looking at the work in the ground game of Pennsylvania. The Trump team really needs that upper Midwest, that Wisconsin, Michigan firewall. If that falls and goes back to trend, they then get very tricky on where they need to flip a state like a Nevada, and that becomes much more difficult because, to everyone's point, everything's falling into place thus far, except for this upper Midwest situation.
And I mean, it looks like right now, as we're looking at the local results here, the Kim Foxx race is still live, but she has opened up a significant lead on Pat O'Brien. It does not look like the graduated income tax amendment is going to pass. It does look like Lauren Underwood and Sean Casten, however, have retained their seats. And, of course, Dick Durbin has won his Senate seat, and Bobby Rush has also, by the way, smoked his opponent in the Republican Party. The race, however, between Marie Newman and Mike Friccoloni is actually a little closer than we expected it to be. 90% of the vote is in, and she is only leading by around 14,000 votes. I'm a little surprised by this. I know John had mentioned, of course, this was a district that Henry Hyde used to have a part of, and of course, it is a more conservative district, but she had run basically a pretty powerhouse campaign and had campaigned as if she had already won that seat. I'm wondering if anybody would like to comment on that in case that turns out not to be the case.
I mean, I think just quickly, Jamie, to your point, the fact that this was a historically conservative district, but then you also had a Democratic candidate who was very conservative and voted with Republicans often. So, her last race was, in a sense, in the primary general election, and so I think that it shouldn't be too surprising that it's close, but I think the general thought was that it was in her favor. And if you look at the city numbers are heavily in her favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, let's take a quick whip around because, again, we have basically less than 10 minutes to go through. Mario, let's start with you. What is your sense as we head into the kind of unknown of overnight? What's your sense on what we're seeing right now tonight?
I'm baffled as to why the counting of some of these votes, not the mail-in ones, not those, but those counties and those burgs, why can't those numbers have the same kind of attention to detail paid to them? I think what we're going to find is that in the morning, we're going to probably be really close to where we're at right now. We know that the state of California is going to probably lean toward Biden. That's 53 electoral votes?
55, yeah.
55 votes. We can kind of count on Arizona maybe to lean toward Biden. I think the path that we have all kind of intimated is going to be Biden's path is going to probably change while we're asleep if our panelists go to sleep. I see, I know a few of you will. And I'm also thinking the narrative of the next few days in the country. What is that going to be? What will be the discussion? Will it be people advocating for a speedier electoral process? Would it be people advocating to eliminate the Electoral College? There are a lot of things that are going to come to the top of this conversation, I think, in the next few days. I'm very interested to see what tomorrow brings, though.
I will just say that if Trump is reelected, there's going to be a great deal of soul searching among the Democratic Party, wondering how they essentially blew an historic opportunity against the most unpopular president
in the history of presidents.
In the history of the United States.
There's been some doozies.
I think, moreover, especially when you consider the negatives around the pandemic, the crashed economy, these are things that traditionally an incumbent benefits from. The fact that, we have such huge unemployment and an inability to get any sort of relief passed while thousands are dying each day, one would have thought this would be a slam dunk. And I think what we're seeing tonight, though, and this is on the encouraging side, is the tremendous amount of engagement from the American people. I mean, it's going to be very difficult to say, regardless of what this result is, that people didn't get out and vote, and that people did not engage with the system, and that people were not caring. But I do worry that we may wake up and discover that our country is a far crueler place than I thought it was. And that is what I'm worried about. Quinton, I wanted to toss it to you because, of course, you've been keeping us up to date on counts and pathways. And what's your takeaway so far from tonight?
Yeah, I do think that, at this point, I think we need to all look down at ourselves and say maybe Trump is a stronger candidate than we all ever anticipated. We keep saying that he's the most unpopular and most vulnerable, but clearly he's not. And we have 2 election cycles that prove that. People are clearly hiding how they feel about this country and how they feel about Donald Trump. But in terms of the Electoral College, I think that we see that Trump is probably flipping Maine, or at least some of those Electoral College votes. Hillary got all 4 in 2016. But then on the flip side, Biden, it looks like he's flipping Arizona. I honestly think that for the most part, this map is going to hold steady. I think North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Texas will stay traditionally red. So this really is going to come down to what happens with those last 2 million votes in Pennsylvania, and is Michigan going to change? So I think that tomorrow morning when we wake up, we should look at Michigan and Pennsylvania, because that's the race right there.
Alan, your take on it?
Well, I think that like others, the idea of a sweeping wave in this election, I think speaks to how enduring the feelings are, fear, hate, and on the other side, a desire optimism. And for me, a big takeaway is when you make it easier for people to vote, and in some cases it's unfortunate that it took a pandemic to open up greater access to mail-in voting, you see a different set of enthusiasm and people show up to vote. So that would be kind of my big takeaway. Like others, I agree. This Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania firewall is going to be critical. But if Arizona, which 3/4 or so of the votes in, go, and I think Biden's up 9 roughly there in that state, that takes away the need to win all 3 of those states, plus one of the split districts in Nebraska. And I think you still have many pathways here. It's not going to be a blowout, which probably speaks to the enduring resentment and entrenchment of our political parties and partisanship. But I still think overall it will be a successful night for Joe Biden, though get ready for everyone to lawyer up, because I feel like we're going to have a lot of legal challenges.
Mitchell, what's your take?
All told, I don't read a whole lot of surprises thus far. Everything, certainly in the presidential level, every state that's been called went the way everyone was expecting them to go. There's been nothing in the surprise. And those that haven't been called were those states that have been projected as the proverbial swing states. On the Senate side, which we didn't talk a lot about, same thing there. We've had 2 flips. Hickenlooper in Colorado flipped for the Democrats, and Tommy Tuberville in Alabama flipping for the Republicans. Both were predicted, both were expected, both basically broke to form. My feeling is that even though it might be a week or 2 or whenever until all the votes are counted and all the dust is settled, and maybe with a lawsuit or 2 or 90, I still think that more or less everything is going to shape to form, which would probably mean, and this has already been called, the House has gone to the Democrats. This has been officially announced.
They've just announced it.
Has called the House of Representatives for the Democrats.
Well, there's
Senate,
that.
still close, but still a lot of things outstanding, and still could go either way. Projections are still stand that the Democrats could win it. It would be close, but it could still happen. And same for the presidency. I mean, it's still close. A lot of outstanding votes. We probably won't. I mean, it might be premature to think we would have results about this tomorrow. We probably might not find about this until next week. But my feeling is there's been very little in the way of surprise. The biggest surprise is that there haven't been any surprises.
Yeah, good stuff. Gabriel, about you?
So quickly, 2 things. First, during the time I've been sitting here, I'm watching the popular vote. Donald Trump has been ahead the whole time, and his lead has increased the whole time. If you're a Trump supporter, that's all you're watching. I think the most likely scenario for Joe for a path to win that we maybe aren't seeing as clearly here is a little invisible because it's the mail-in ballots. I think they are trending Democratic, and I think where they haven't been counted, we're going to probably, if anything, see some surprises. Those 2 things are a recipe for disaster. Because if the popular vote looks like it's going to Donald Trump and we all go to sleep and we wake up and magical mail-in ballots have turned it, whatever day this may be, whether it's Thursday, Friday, or next week, to a Democratic win, this is the thing we have to worry about. It is more likely than not that I think that Biden will win just because I think more people are afraid of Donald Trump than hate Biden. I think it's that kind of a negative campaign, unfortunately. If I'm wrong, we'll see what happens. If he does win, I think you're going to have a kind of angry Republican insurgency to worry about. To me, Trump is not a strong candidate. White supremacy is has always been the strongest issue to run on in America. And that's why he's doing as well as he's doing. And we have to worry about that.
Yeah. Michilla, what about you?
My politics is primarily local. I gotta say, I've been just looking over the judges, and and there are some judges that were categorically voted against. So I'm going to say this is a victory, at least in Cook County, because people are now paying attention to judicial races. I am also excited to see how this all shakes out. I think who said it? That maybe Mitchell. I'm surprised that there's no surprises. This has been really quiet, but as the results come in and things get a little closer and tighter, I think is when the fights will start happening. But so far, all is going as expected, not too dramatic, and I think the general population was ready to be patient this cycle, unlike during Al Gore's time. Unlike even with Hillary, I think people are ready to just sit back and let this happen because they realize they're dealing with the post office and so forth. Hopefully, after this election cycle, we can revisit the Voters' Bill of Rights or Voters' Rights Act, because we need to update all of. As elections are updating their systems, we need to update our rules and regulations and try and find a place where there's some uniformity across the country, and ways in which we can all agree this is the general ground, the rules of engagement. So I'm still excited. I'm going to be up all night. I think slow and steady wins the race on this one, and I gotta say it was great hanging out with you guys all night, and I'm still super positive about what's rolling in, not just in Cook County but nationally as well.
Well, we'll see how positive you are on Thursday when you come back on the News from the Service Entrance show.
That's right.
With that,
right.
John Daley, let's save the best for last. John, thanks so much for everything tonight. John, take us out of here. What are you seeing?
Well, thank you, and it's been a pleasure. And when you look at, I thought we'd have a quicker night, Jamie, to be honest with you. And I think Michilla said that we're ready to be patient, but I did think that there would be an answer one way or another faster. I thought we would get through some of the East Coast states faster, including Pennsylvania, which we waited for. 4 years ago, I landed in Pennsylvania at 5 p.m. It was raining sideways and it was pitch black. You couldn't see a thing, and Pittsburgh barely voted that night. A lot of people stayed home, as we talked about earlier in the presidential, even though they voted for whoever they voted for. This cult of personality that you mentioned, Jamie, is something that I think we need to ask ourselves for a long period of time, and how parties connect with people in general, and particularly with poor people. I think nobody's done a good job in doing that. And when Mario talked about Maze's quote, I think, the Democrats are going to be asking themselves, why didn't we speak directly to black people at the end of this election? President Trump did for 2 weeks, and he did it in strange ways. And you might think it's hollow, and I would say that, but I think that's a question that people are going to be asking themselves here, as much as they talked about the women in suburbs who voted for Trump last time. I'm hopeful that this will turn around. But when you look at the local elections, I think there's a lot to be hopeful for. Locally, we got to worry about our maps that are getting redrawn really soon.
Ooh, amen.
And that has huge impacts for obviously for 10 years in the short term. But you look at Texas, which we talked about earlier, and because of those maps, that was a 40-year trend. So I mean, that's something that people really got to be talking about: fair maps. And we'll see what happens with these budgets. Thanks everybody for your time. And Jamie, thank you. And Mario, thank you.
Of course. Hey, for Mario and myself, I want to thank Quinton Scott. I want to thank Michilla Blaise. I want to thank Alan Linton, Gabriel Piemonte. Mitchell's got too many vowels in his last name, but it's Mitchell Szczepanczyk. And Mr. John Daley. I also want to thank our behind-the-scenes crew. Charly Garcia has been getting the stream up for it. Nick Wylie, Nemec in Connecticut's also been doing that. So thanks to all the people that made this. Thanks also to Shanna Van Volt for doing all the
voice of God.
The voice of God back here. And guys, we will be back, of course, on Thursday live at 2:00 when we might know a result.
And I'm looking forward to Thursday. That's going to be a fun day.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, that's going to be fun.
All right. So from all of us, I'm going to take us out. Guys, thanks so much. You are listening to WLPNLP Chicago 105.5 FM. This is Lumpen Radio.